So I'll tell you what pissed me off this week, the term plagiarism. Plagiarism is one of those phrases or buzzwords that gamers like to trot out now and then, usually because they have no idea what it actually means. Like the phrase bias, or journalistic integrity, or shut up Jim, you fat twat, which is one that I think they definitely shouldn't be using, actually. Plagiarism has come up a lot more recently as games look less and less original, because of course there are no original ideas anymore. But it seems that even though some games are forgiven for copying elements of other games are used as scapegoats or sacrificial lambs and held out as especially plagiaristic, I suppose. One of the more recent examples I can think of is Dante's Inferno, which some people said copied God of War. In fact, one phrase I heard was wholesale rip-off. Of course, these people, for the sake of argument, let's call them fucking idiots, think that Dante's Inferno was a wholesale rip-off because they don't actually understand what that term implies. Wholesale rip-off would mean that Visceral Games took the characters, the story, the setting, the premise, the music, everything, not just a few fundamental combat elements, and some QuickTime events, and a dodge mechanic. Oh my god, you can dodge! He's clearly a rip-off of fucking Kratos. When, you know, that's not the case. Games evolve. What you do with a game is you take elements that worked from other titles and incorporate them into your own, because it doesn't make sense to reinvent the wheel with every fucking game you make. It's very simple. It's what we call in nature natural selection, which is good because, you know, natural selection is real. And you can see it evidenced in games. Something is invented, it works, it continues, it flourishes, until something better comes along. And this is why we have so many third-person shooters with cover mechanics. Gears of War made it work. It wouldn't make sense to change your cover mechanic. And in the same way as it wouldn't make sense to change the combat system in Dante's Inferno when it worked really well in God of War. In the same way that God of War took elements from Devil May Cry because they worked. And you don't see people saying God of War copied Devil May Cry. Because these people, they cherry pick which games they have a go at and which games they don't. Another recent example would be Margin and the Forsaken Kingdom, which is an absolutely fantastic game. I played it at E3 and it made me smile. Games rarely often make me smile. In fact, very few things do. It's that game and Cats with Cancer that are the only things that really, you know, bring a little tear to my eye. But I really liked it. I played it. The way the characters interact is fantastic. The animations, brilliant. The atmosphere, really good. But of course, it's a big rip-off of Team Ico's games. Oh my god, because Team Ico have the market cornered, apparently, on mawkish, cloying video games featuring some little twat and his big, oversized, semi-sentient friend. And if we're gonna draw that logical conclusion, we might as well say that The fucking Last Guardian is a rip-off of Ludo from Jim Henson's Labyrinth. But I wanna talk about this because I think it's ridiculous that you see one thing that looks a bit similar to another thing and then cry plagiarism. We had a comment from a Destructoid user called Vicious Boston in my Jimpressions piece of The Last Guardian. See, now I'm fucking doing it, you idiots! Of Margin and the Forsaken Kingdom, and this is what he had to say. Our games have sucked lately, what's the plan? This is his impression of a Namco Bandai executive. Let's copy an existing franchise that has done well for us in Japan. How about something from Team Ico? Call it Margini and something, just make sure that people eat it up. And then he went on to say, this game is ridiculous, and I'll do everything I can to make sure people do not buy this blatant rip-off of The Last Guardian. So let me get this straight. You're upset. No. You're livid, in fact, because one game that you haven't played looks like a blatant rip-off of another game you haven't played. And apparently, we're not meant to think that's fucked up. Well, it is. And if you really think that a game should have harm done to it and should not sell because you think that Team Ico is the only game allowed to have a little boy and a big monster friend, then you, sir, are evil. Like Pol Pot. Or Venom. And that's just what I think. And I think you should piss into an ice cream cone, freeze it overnight, peel away the wafer and stab yourself in the kidney with it in the morning. Because, fuck you. This is over. Zelda fans. You're wrong, you're stupid, and your mothers didn't raise you right. Hi, I'm Jim Sterling, and I used to think that Fallout fans were the biggest fucking idiots on the planet. Then Diablo 3 was announced, and then I realised that it was Diablo fans who were, indeed, the biggest fucking idiots on the planet. But then Sonic 4 was announced, and, well, we all know what Sonic fans are like. They made his eyes green! Actually, however, it seems that Zelda fans are competing for the title of biggest, fuckingest, stupidest, flakiest, milkiest clits in the video game industry. I present the evidence, Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword. Now, The Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword, apparently, isn't good. Now, I saw it in action, I saw the announcement, I was very excited, but apparently I'm wrong. Apparently the game's shit, and I haven't been informed of this. I can't quite tell what's wrong with it. It looks fantastic, but apparently it looks like graphically is terrible, even though it's taken the best elements of Ocarina of Time and Twilight Princess and the best elements of The Wind Waker and kind of merged them together to create a compromise for all the fucking idiots who were complaining about Twilight Princess being too dark and Wind Waker being too cartoony and not realistic enough, because Lord knows, everyone knows that the NES and the SNES had super realistic fucking graphics for their Zelda games. So, what we've seen here is Nintendo trying to please everyone, and apparently it's pleased nobody, because hardcore fans of anything are never pleased. They're never satisfied. So, you know, I don't get it. It's got gorgeous graphics as far as I'm concerned for a Wii game, but people still are like, it looks like shit. And I haven't even seen any legitimate complaints. All I've seen is it looks like shit. And it doesn't, and that's objective fact. So you're wrong, so shut up. Then, of course, we have the fucking Ocarina of Time remake on the 3DS, which everyone is complaining about. What a surprise! They're fucking unhappy that something they've been asking for fucking years is happening. And not only that, but they're fixing the thing that everyone was moaning about, and now everybody wants it to stay the same. That fucking water temple is fucking broken, and Nintendo is going to fix it, because they know it's broken. It's not challenge. It's not because gamers have gotten soft. It's not because they don't like challenges. It's because that shit is fucking broken. Like most retro games, with so-called difficulty, which is just spamming of enemies, or just something fucking retardedly designed that is just not well, good, prick, fucking dickheads. Sorry. My main point is that I don't even know why Zelda fans are so upset with everything. At least with Fallout fans and Sonic fans, there is a kind of logic to their insane drivelling. I mean, they're still stupid, but with Sonic fans, they've had nothing but shit games for the past 10 years, and Fallout fans, they didn't even have a game for years before Fallout 3 was announced, so you can kind of imagine why they'd be a bit wary, skeptical, upset. Zelda fans have always had it all. They're the perpetual spoiled brat of the video game community. They've had fucking brilliant games. They've got a publisher that looks out for them and tries to please them. They've got fucking Shigeru Miyamoto working on their games. They've never had any seriously terrible titles apart from, obviously, the Philips CDI, but we don't count that for anything. So they've got no reason to be upset, yet they're complaining about everything all the fucking time. And I'm sick of it. I'm fucking sick of it. Here's what you do if you don't like the Ocarina of Time remake, if you don't want to see it in 3D, or if you don't want to play a fixed water temple that isn't shit. Don't buy it. Get a GameCube. Get Wind Waker with a copy of Ocarina of Time in it. Play that. Fucking dig out your N64. Play it on that. Get it on the virtual fucking console. You can get your hands on the original Ocarina of Time any way you want, and the 3DS version isn't going to take that away from you. And if you don't like The Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword, just don't play it. Don't. It's that fucking simple. I'm going to play it, I'm going to love it. And in fact, most of you people complaining about it are going to play it and love it. And do you know why? Because Link has a fucking golden beetle that sits on his arm and it goes and catches things like a fucking peregrine falcon. 10 out of fucking 10. That is amazing. You're stupid. Fuck off. If you only know me from my video work, then you might not know that I'm the reviews editor for Destructoid.com. That means I'm basically in charge of all the reviews that come and go on the site. It's one of the best jobs in the world. You know, I get to play video games, and then I get to tell people on the internet, who I don't even know, what I think about those games, and someone thinks my opinion's worth money, which is absurd and ridiculous, but awesome at the same time. Now, I want you to know that because I don't want it to look like I'm complaining about having one of the most awesome jobs that have ever been had. But there are some people that want to make that job bad. I am, of course, talking about certain individuals who, for the purposes of this conversation, we'll call them nut fuckers, who get very, very upset because I happen to have an opinion of a game that is different from their opinion and the majority's opinion. A lot of these people will look at Metacritic, and trust me, they care about Metacritic a lot more than game reviewers do. And they look at these scores and they see if your score happens to be different from someone else's score, they get really upset. Because apparently, according to them, everyone has to be exactly the fucking same. All review scores must be identical, and we must all be mindless automatons who live to produce just mediocre grey sludge in terms of our reviews. And I don't get it. I don't get this lack of individuality that some people want, especially in America, so-called land of the free. And I want to talk in particular about two reviews I wrote this past weekend. One was very negative, one was very positive. Both weren't the majority's opinion. One was Blacklight Tango Down, one was Singularity. I loved Singularity, I didn't like Tango Down. And people were upset in both cases because they weren't exactly the same as GameSpot or IGN or any of the other reviews on Metacritic who all agreed with each other, because apparently agreement is what a review is there for. We're here to justify your opinion, not share ours. First of all, let's look at what someone had to say about Tango Down.
What an absolutely ridiculous review! This game might fail to get over as a first-person shooter due to lots of other competition, but the game itself is definitely brilliant and fun to play. This is the first game I've really gotten into for a long time. I'm not easily pleased or easily fooled. This game's really enjoyable. The review should be redone instead of being the biased piece of shit that it is.
Okay, there's that word bias. That seems to be something that people love to trot out now, the word bias. And to me, it's very much like religious fundamentalists using the word theory when they're talking about evolution, because they don't know what the fuck the word means. Now, when you use the word bias, are you using it because you heard someone on N4G use it? Of course you are. And if you're using N4G as your basis of conversation, you're fucked, mate. No, the word bias is obviously personal preferences, and when you're doing a review, you have to use your personal preferences. You can't use someone else's personal preferences because you're not that person. Unless you're fucking Sam from fucking Quantum Leap, you cannot go into someone else's brain and write a review from their perspective. And if you use the word bias, I think, and this is just if I was in charge, people would not be allowed to use the word bias unless they took a special sanctioned test to prove that they know what the word bias means. And if they don't know what the word bias means and they can't demonstrate that they do, and they use it, then by law, Christian Slater and Rutger Hauer is allowed to come to their house and beat the shit out of them. But I digress. Let's get positive and talk about Singularity, which I loved, and everyone hated me for it because I happened to do a positive review. Oh yeah, it's not just the negative ones that upset people. Let's see what this drooling mong fuck said about my review of Singularity, and indeed my reviews in general.
And you know what? Thinking you were getting paid to give games low scores, but now I know you're just being paid to give games inaccurate scores. Looks like I could come up with a list of the last 10 games you've reviewed, Jim, and you compare the scores you gave those games to the other scores on Metacritic, there is always a huge difference of about 3 or 4 points from the average. Look, I think this review is the best example of your reviewing process is so well bad. You don't give games scores, or written reviews for that matter, according to their merits. You give scores related to what you personally think about them.
Fucking what? I wrote the review from the perspective of someone who had an opinion of games and used his own opinion to tell you what he thought of a game. Whose opinion was I supposed to fucking use? The Pope's? Okay, you know what, fine. I acquiesce and you win. I will, from here forth, use an unobjective opinion. And in fact, I have hired, as reviews editor, a brand new reviewer to review games with a total lack of bias and a complete lack of subjective thought. Okay, do you want to meet him? Well, here he is. You may notice that I'm holding a banana. And that's because a banana can give you a completely objective and unbiased review. And do you know why? Because it's a fucking banana! Jesus fucking Christ. If you want all your reviewers to be fucking bananas, then just fucking create your own Tumblr blog and have bananas play Singularity all fucking day. And see how well you do. I'm sure you'll end up with the best Metacritic scores on Metacritic. That is your future. So I'm a pretty big fan of Transformers War for Cybertron, developed by High Moon Studios and published by Activision. It's pretty much my most played game this summer. I'm a bit of a Transformers nerd anyway, and it was just good to have a Transformers game that was good, which is a rare treat.
You are either lying or you're stupid!
One of the highlights is escalation mode, which is a horde mode. You know, you and 3 other guys go online and fight waves of enemies. It's great, it's good fun, but it's also very hard. To give you an idea of the difficulty scale, have a look at this handy tutorial video.
Off the button moon, we followed Mr. Spoon. Button moon, button moon.
So yeah, escalation's pretty tough, and it can take up to an hour to do, because you have to unlock stuff and upgrade stuff, and sometimes you're stuck on your own if other teammates die, so it takes a long time to do. So imagine this fun scenario. You play escalation mode, you get up to wave 15, it's taken you about an hour to do. You're almost at the end, you've beaten a giant tank, Gatling gun fuckers, brutes with massive hammers, you've taken them all on, you're almost done, and then you're booted out into the lobby because some ass-fuck prick decided he didn't want to play anymore and he was taking you all down with him. And do you know why? Because some fucking lurper mongoose prick at High Moon Studios decided to himself, people don't need online fucking host migration, do they? Yes, we do. If you're doing a console game and you don't have dedicated servers like every fucking game should, then you, my friend, have fucking failed. If you don't put host migration in, because it's the standard. It should have been the standard, rather, but it's not. Instead, we're all at the mercy of some 12-year-old curly-headed clit who should be getting permission from his mum to play online anyway, who's hosting games and trolling people by fucking off. And what gets me is that we encourage it by applauding developers for putting host migration in, like it's a special treat. It's not a special treat. It should have been standard in 2004 when Bungie started putting it into the Halo games. It should have been standard at least when it was in Call of Duty Modern Warfare. But even though it's good and it works, people don't bother. And I guess it's just because they're fucking lazy or something. And I've had enough. It's getting to the point where I'm thinking of downgrading scores in reviews for not having it in there, because as far as I'm concerned, it's an obligatory standard feature that we should all be expecting by now. And I just think that we shouldn't be in a position like we were with Gears of War 2, where the matchmaking was notoriously shit. It could take up to half an hour to get a match started, and trolls knew about it, would get into the game, host a match, make everyone wait 30 minutes, and then fuck off and have everyone booted into the lobby, wasting half an hour of their life they're never going to get back. And I'm making a stand. Because I say no more. No more should decent, honest, hard-working gamers have to sacrifice their time and their life at the whim of some teenage prick who's got nothing better to do than to waste everyone's life along with his own. We shouldn't be in a position where the entire progress of a game hinges on someone's dodgy internet connection. And I know some of you could say, well, just host the game yourself, but that's no answer. What if everyone who wanted to play the game hosted the game themselves? There'd be no game started because everyone's in their own separate fucking lobbies. No, host migration should be the fucking gold standard. It should be common. It should be mundane almost. It should be a fucking crime to not have it in your games. What if the president died tomorrow and we were all kicked out of the country? Because that's exactly what it's like. And is that the America you want for your children or your children's children? No. That's not the country that I fought and died in World War II for. That is not the America I want for my kids. And I think we should all join forces and make a stand. It's about time someone did something. Because when your son looks into your eyes many years from now and he says, "Daddy, where were you when they came for host migration?" Will you say to him, "I did nothing"? Or will you say, "I was there, son, I was there"? Is a man not entitled to the migration of his host? I ask you, brothers and sisters, is this not what our boys are in Iraq fighting for? This is our right. This is our basic human rights. This is no privilege. This is something we deserve. My friends, join me. Join me in the struggle for host migration and say with me, one nation, host migration. I'm Jim Sterling, and I humbly approve of this message. So I'm a little disappointed this week. I'm disappointed because a colleague and a good friend of mine, Hamza Aziz, wrote an article about playing as Al-Qaeda in the Medal of Honor multiplayer. He basically said that he wasn't going to support this, speaking as someone of Afghan descent with family out there. He didn't want to play as a member of Al-Qaeda because, well, it's a very personal thing for him. Now, Hamza's not known for his deep and controversial social opinions.
Yeah, that's me rubbing my nipples for you. Yeah, that's what I think of you, girl. Oh, just want to...
Yeah. Now, he made a very interesting article, nonetheless. It basically talks about how him being of Afghan descent and having family members and friends in Afghanistan has given him a different perspective on playing as Al-Qaeda, one of the most well-known terrorist cells in the world, and how he didn't want to fight on their side. Now, some of you might be expecting me to stand up for the game and tell Hamza to shut up and be a man about this, but it seems a lot of you have already beaten me to it, and all I've got to say to you people is, fuck you, you spoiled, sensitive, babyish gamers who ironically tell someone else to grow the fuck up when you're acting like children yourselves because you perceived a slight against your hobby, no matter how small, and then decided to viciously and personally attack someone just for stating what I thought was a very respectful opinion. Let's bear in mind here, Hamza never said that he wanted the game banned or boycotted. He never said that you shouldn't play it. He said, holy shit, I have family in Afghanistan who are actual victims of the kind of bullshit that Al-Qaeda have perpetrated over the years, and I don't want to play a game where I'm on their side. Even virtually, I don't want to help them win. What's wrong with that? Now, I'm not saying that the game should be banned or boycotted. I'm not against Al-Qaeda being in the game. If you ask me, I respect that they've got the balls to do it and didn't pull an Infinity Ward where they made up some terrorists who were blatantly Al-Qaeda anyway. But to have a go at Hamza for having a personal investment in the game and not wanting to partake in that kind of environment is bullshit. It's very, it's insensitive and it's ignorant and it's stupid. And to make comments where you're saying, "Oh, grow the fuck up, Hamza, you don't know what you're talking about, it's just a video game." Really, I mean, how pathetic can you be that you will not accept that one man has a bit of a problem with playing as a real-life terrorist and doesn't want to shoot Americans? Now, don't get me wrong, I will play this game, I do support it, and I think it'll be a laugh. But then, I don't have family in Afghanistan who have been terrorised by the Al-Qaeda. I think that it shows a lot of nuts to put that in a game, especially with the controversy that EA are going to deal with. And I think that's the thing we need to remember, is that there are going to be some stupid opinions said about this game. Probably from, say, actual terrorist sympathisers or extremist or just very overly sensitive Muslims who will get very upset. And not just be upset in the way Hamza was respectfully upset, but upset in the, oh my god, I've decided that you hate Muslims with your game, therefore I'm going to ban it. And it won't just be Muslim people, don't get me wrong. There'll be plenty of white middle Americans who will be all, oh my god, you get to shoot the boys, the troops, bring the troops back home, ban, 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 ban. You know, our troops are out there fighting for freedom, let's restrict the freedom of EA to sell this game. That kind of opinion. And there's going to be a lot of those stupid opinions. And what I'm saying is, just save your anger, save your ire for the people who deserve it, the people who are actually going to say bad things about Medal of Honor, and say really extremist things like ban it or get rid of it, or this shouldn't be sold to anyone ever, or you get points for burning the American flag. Hamza didn't say any of those things. He simply said, I don't want to play this game for this reason. And really, you having a go at Hamza in the way you did pretty much says that you are acting very much like the people who you were accusing Hamza of being. And I'm not one to say that you are being intolerant and angry and vicious like Al-Qaeda. I'm not saying that you are definitely Al-Qaeda. But, well, I've never seen any video gamer and Al-Qaeda in the same place at the same time. So that's for you to decide. Yeah, we're done here. Fuck you. The popular image of the casual gamer is that of a out-of-touch, drooling housewife with no idea about how modern technology or business works, buying into whatever hyped game hits the mainstream zeitgeist. A retard, if you will. Now, I'm not here to say whether or not this fictional spastic is based in reality or not, but what I do know is that from looking at the evidence, she's a lot smarter than you. Now, it's very popular to look down on these casual gamers and the type of games they play, be it The Sims or Farmville or any of the Facebook titles. But the trouble is the more I look at it, the more I'm unable to tell the difference between what they do and what we do. And the only minor alterations I can find between them and us is that they're playing it a lot smarter than we are. Take, for example, Farmville, which is a very common and popular punching bag amongst the hardcore gamers. We like to look down on this game as something pointless and irrelevant, something that shouldn't be played by real people, even though it's one of the most popular games in the world and is making a shit ton of money. And that's one thing that people like to slag off Farmville players for. A common accusation is, oh my god, those Farmville players, I cannot believe they're spending real money on that shit. But let's break it down and look at what they're actually doing. Farmville is free to play, anyone can get into it, it costs nothing to enter, and you can play it for as many hours as you like and get quite a bit out of it without having to spend a single thin dime. There are premium items that you can buy to just enhance your experience, and some people have gotten into the game and they're doing that because that gives them pleasure in the same way that you buying any video game gives you pleasure. And again, it seems incredibly identical. The only difference is the type of game being played so far. But here's the major difference. The premium items that they pay is they're completely optional. They don't have to buy these things, but they do for their own fun. Because these people are determining how much it is, how much that game is worth to them. Compare that to the hardcore gamer, who will buy a $15 map pack for a game that he's already spent $60 on. If you want to play something like Halo or Call of Duty, you have to pay that $60 outright just to get in. Whereas the average stupid Farmville player gets in for nothing, and many of them can play Farmville or Mafia Wars or Frontierville or whatever for as long as they like, far longer, in fact, than I guess many of you are playing the last big retail game you bought for $60, and they've spent nothing, and yet they're the stupid ones. And some of you will just argue, well, it's just a more pointless game. And again, I ask why? Can you give me a solid reason why levelling up your farm is any less relevant than levelling up some character in Final Fantasy? I defy you to give me a convincing argument as to what it is about Farmville that is less valid than Dragon Quest or Final Fantasy or Dragon Age or any of these $60 games. Because at the end of the day, it's all interactive entertainment and it's all giving us enjoyment on whatever level we want. The only difference between us and a casual gamer is the casual gamer is determining how much that experience is worth. Whereas us lot, we're letting some business executive make that decision for us. So the next time you have a go at some casual gamer and say that they're completely dumb and stupid, just remember, they're fucking smarter than you. And me. Basically. Shit. So Irrational Games announced a brand new Bioshock game this week, Bioshock Infinite. It's not set in Rapture, it has nothing to do with Andrew Ryan's world, it's set in a sky city called Columbia. And although it's got a completely different universe and new characters, it's got slightly similar themes, you know, social Darwinism, politics, genetic manipulation, you know, human powers, that sort of thing. Now, I'm very excited for it, it looks really cool. A lot of people seem quite hyped for it, but there are a few dissenters, a few people who are upset because it's not set in the sea. There are some people who argue, I kid you not, that Bioshock Infinite shouldn't be called Bioshock because it doesn't have any water in it, and water equals Bioshock. Now, I don't know who came up with that idea, and I'm not here to have a go at those people, even though I think that opinion's pretty stupid. I'm here just to argue my side of, well, what I see really in Bioshock Infinite and why I think it's the sequel that Bioshock 2 should have been. Now, when Bioshock 2 came out, yeah, it was pretty good. I liked it. It was cool. Well, it was a great game. But the storyline aspect of it felt unnecessary. Mostly because in Bioshock, the story was done. You know, Rapture had its story. We didn't need to go back there. We didn't need a world without Andrew Ryan. We didn't need to see Rapture 10 years later. I was happy with the story where it was, and I was kind of disappointed that we had to go back and then just add to and take away from the legacy of the first game. So that's why Bioshock Infinite is what I think is the sequel that Bioshock 2 should have been. In a similar way with how Square Enix treats Final Fantasy, we have the similar ideals, similar themes, similar gameplay traits, but a totally different universe and different characters. And if Square Enix can do it, why can't 2K Games and Irrational? I think as gamers, we're very intellectually lazy if we see the Bioshock name and say, well, it has to be set in Rapture. I mean, who came up with that rule? It's Irrational's baby, and they decided they want to use Bioshock as a conceptual name rather than this direct name that only relates to Rapture. I mean, what about the Bioshock name has to do with the sea? Nothing. It's about biology, it's about genetic manipulation, tapping human powers. And those are the things that are carried over to Bioshock Infinite. And I know that some of you will argue that, well, it's not the same experience as Rapture. It's too bright and colourful, and it's not underwater and oppressive and dark. And no, it's not the same experience as Bioshock. But that's why we've got Bioshock 1 and Bioshock 2. We've got those experiences, we had those experiences. We don't need another experience like that. We're going to have a totally new experience, and who knows, it might be a better experience. We don't know until we've seen it, and I think that, well, I don't think we'd have had these complaints if Bioshock 2 hadn't have come out. And I think that Bioshock 2, setting itself in Rapture, kind of did a bit of damage to the franchise and gave us these expectations that Bioshock must always be under the water. When really, it's more of a conceptual thing. I mean, don't forget that Bioshock is a spiritual successor to System Shock. And again, it's got that Shock name, but it wasn't set in space. It was the themes of genetic manipulation and these various different gameplay approaches that dictated what was part of the Shock name, not the setting. And to me, I just think we're not being very demanding if we think that a sequel must always be this direct reference to the last game. So yeah, I'm looking forward to Bioshock Infinite. I think this is what Bioshock 2 ought to have been from the very start. And yeah, I think arguing to the contrary is like saying that Final Fantasy 2 shouldn't have been called Final Fantasy 2 because it's got different characters. I mean, in fact, what relation does Squall have to Cloud? You know, that's not a direct sequel, is it? You see, it's just a very silly logic, I feel. And I wouldn't let that get in the way of enjoying what looks to be a very promising game so far. So yeah, I'm looking forward to Bioshock Infinite. I hope you are too. And yeah, I think we're done here. Goodbye. So it seems to me these days that we can't have a game considered complete without some sort of obligatory multiplayer mode. This wasn't always the case. As far back as just last generation, we had games that were just single-player experiences, and that was fine. We didn't have people complaining that the game was incomplete or lacked replay value and they didn't bother with it. But to me, this is unfortunate because in this generation we've seen the death of the single-player experience. We've had guys like Phil Harrison from Atari say that single player is on the way out, and from now on everything will have to have some sort of multiplayer mode. And to me, I just think, why? Why do you need some obligatory multiplayer mode in every single game? Especially when Halo and Call of Duty and Gears of War and what have you already do everything you could hope to do in a multiplayer mode. Once you've captured a flag in Halo, do you really need to capture a flag again in Wolfenstein or Doom or any of these titles? No, you really don't. But yet again, developers have to persist with these multiplayer modes just to check some sort of imaginary box that says you need this or your game is useless. And then we get to really silly situations like Overlord having a fucking multiplayer mode in it. Have you played the multiplayer mode for Overlord? Did you even know that Overlord had a multiplayer mode? Chances are you didn't, because A, it was shit, and B, it was Overlord. Who the fuck is playing Overlord online? Now don't get me wrong, I like multiplayer games. I used to play the shit out of Killzone 2 last year. I'm a bit of a fan of Call of Duty. I play Gears of War and what have you. But I don't need that in every game. I've got the games that do that. I don't need the same experience with a slightly different art style. And I think that there is a precedent out there that says single-player games can still sell. The first Bioshock had no multiplayer in it, but it was a success. Then we get to Bioshock 2, and the multiplayer mode just felt tacked on and shit because that's what it was. It was tacked on and shit because people were complaining that there was no multiplayer in a game that never needed multiplayer in the first place. And I just would like to see single-player experiences worked upon and encouraged. And I think gamers should encourage it with sales, of course, and developers should encourage people to enjoy them by making good single-player experiences, not harming them by concentrating too much on the multiplayer. I mean, if you've played Kane and Lynch 2, well, first of all, you know, you have my sympathies, but second of all, the fucking single-player campaign in that game is like 3 or 4 hours long. In a game that is very story-driven and has these fantastic characters that were never fleshed out in Kane and Lynch 2 because they were too busy concentrating on a rather poor multiplayer mode. And we see this a lot with games these days, and I just think it's a shame, and I just think that we really shouldn't be saying things like, I'm not going to buy this game because it doesn't have co-op. Really? How many co-op games did you fucking play last generation? And how many games would be better last generation with co-op in? Not many. You didn't need co-op before, and you don't need co-op in every game now. Yes, the occasional co-op game is good, but you don't need it in every single fucking game. And this is what gets me with games. They seem to think that because something is the standard in one series or game, it has to be the standard all across the board. How many of those things are you going to fucking play? I've often used this example before, but with Streets of Rage on Xbox Live Arcade, a lot of people would have complained if it didn't have multiplayer in. But do you know how many people are playing multiplayer in Streets of Rage XBA? Fucking none! Because nobody really wants it. They think they want it, they say they want it, but they don't actually want it. And that's what I'm getting at. You don't want all these multiplayer modes that you say you want. You've got the ones you play, and that's fine, and if another developer comes along and comes up with something really good, that's fine as well, that's brilliant. Do a multiplayer mode if you want to, and if you can make it good. But if you can't, and if you don't want to, don't. Just make a single player experience. They were successful before, they can still be successful now. And that's about all I've got to say on the subject. Thank you. This whole online pass thing is bollocks. It's complete bullshit. Charging a used gamer $10 to play the online mode of a game is ridiculous. First of all, it has some really potential backlash problems for the publishers themselves. I mean, right now, many gamers think of THQ as a greedy, scum-sucking piece of shit. And I don't think that because, I like THQ. I think they've got a good commitment to quality lately and they're really pulling stuff out of the hat. But they're making people think that they're fucking dickheads.
Don't fucking just slam that on the fucking table.
It's fine, there's no games that work with it.
It breeds resentment among gamers, and all it does is punish used gamers. It doesn't reward new gamers, and that's my biggest problem. I've always said that it's a very unimaginative parent who can only think to punish their child and never think to reward them. And that's what I see with this unimaginative, lazy approach to trying to make some more sales on new games. And don't believe what publishers tell you when they talk about used games as if they're the most damaging thing in the world. They're not. In fact, I almost guarantee it. I mean, I can't because I can't prove it, but I guarantee it nonetheless because I'm a journalist and we can make these wild claims. That if you took the used games market out of the industry tomorrow, the industry would be in a fucking shit heap. Because publishers rely on new sales more than they'd like you to believe. I mean, you get something like Danny Bilson at THQ saying, oh, well, I'd love to make more $50 million budget games, but used games mean I can't. Bullshit. For a start, 90% of game sales generally come at launch, not a week later when all the used games are on the market. Second of all, you can only have used games if those games were bought new in the first place. So if you've got a lot of used sales, you've also got a lot of new sales. And the most important fact is the fact that GameStop's whole policy is based on you buy a new game, you play it, and you trade it in. And that right there is what is making these $60 luxuries, because that's what a game is, more affordable. Ever since I was a pauper with no job, up to the point where I am now, where I'm reasonably well off, I've relied on trade-in credit to help me buy new games. You buy a game at $60, you play it, if you're done with it and you don't see yourself coming back to it, take it to GameStop or GameStation or wherever, get trade-in credit and put that credit towards a new game. In GameStop's 2009 financial report, they said that's what people do. They trade their stuff in, they amass their credit, and then when a new game comes out that they want, they will buy it. And I think if you take away the ability to soften that $60 blow, you will really harm your games. And THQ, of all companies, should know this. They should know that UFC 2010 Undisputed, or whichever order that goes in, failed against Red Dead Redemption. Because people wanted that game, and they didn't have $120 to spend that week on 2 games. However, if they had a lot of credit, it wouldn't really matter to them whether they got those 2 games or not. I hate to break it to you publishers, but some games are worth $60 and some games aren't. And I think the popularity of used sales backs me up here. I'm not the only consumer who thinks that some games just aren't worth spending $60 on, whether you want us to or not. And doing this whole online pass thing, it won't guarantee new sales. I mean, it'll piss off used consumers and it might mean they'll never buy your games ever again. It might stop people stumbling on one game, buying it used, thinking it's awesome, and then buying the sequel brand new. All it does is just say, don't buy used games, and don't buy new games. Do something to reward new customers. Make your games worth $60. Do something like Epic did, where they gave you unlockable codes for first-time buyers to get like gold guns and things. Just little things that make it worth buying new. You've done nothing to tell us why we should buy your games brand new, other than say, oh, poor us, poor publishers, you know, we've let it publicly be known that we'll screw you over any chance we get, but we want you to feel sorry for us that we're being screwed over. That's not working. That's not gonna work. Let us know why we should buy your game at $60. Give us a reason, other than, oh, feel sorry for us. Because I'm sorry, I don't feel sorry for you. This is an industry where people like Bobby Kotick say, oh, I'd charge more for games if I could. And then he turns around and says, oh, but the used sales. Fuck off. make a game worth $60, and I'll happily buy it for $60. Or, you know, grow a set of balls and fucking charge less for your games, or introduce price drops at increments. Actually try and undercut the used sales. But you're not gonna, because, you know, you wouldn't make more money that way, and ultimately that's what this is about. So I'm sorry, I've got limited sympathy for you. No, I've got no sympathy for you. Either make a game worth $60 or fuck off. So I've been here at PAX Prime for 3 days, looking for good Jimquisition material, something to complain about, because fuck knows you don't watch the Jimquisition for happy-go-lucky larks and cuddle time. But there's nothing here. I can't find a single fucking thing to complain about, and it's pissing me off. Until now. Yep, that's right. I finally found something at PAX Prime to piss me off, and there it is. Right there. Do you like to play games? At PAX Prime. That's the stupidest fucking sign I've ever fucking seen. I mean, just who gave them planning permission for that? Do you like to play games? I mean, really? Honestly?
Hi, Jim.
What's up?
I have to tell you, this is the worst Jimquisition I've ever seen. I'm gonna show you how it's done. Yeah, that's right. That's right. That's right, you little twats. Here I come, just like the angry video game nerd, but I'm the always angry about stupid shit British guy. Gonna complain, that's all you stupid gamers really like. Somebody gets so angry, and now I'm going to raise my voice and tell you something you already knew, except I'm gonna say it much more angrily, which makes it so extreme and hardcore. Isn't that what you like, you hardcore gamers? Aren't you so special with your big bums wiggling around and your sexy little... how'd I do?
Crysis 2 is a game in which you have a superpowered suit called the Nano Suit that gives you access to a whole range of awesome superpowered abilities, all of which are fucking shit. The problem with Crysis 2 is that they gave you all these awesome superpowers and then spent so long trying to balance the game because they were worried it was too easy that it in fact ended up ridiculously hard and stupidly frustrating and completely defeated the purpose of being a badass in a video game. You get a stealth power that is brilliant unless you try to be stealthy with it. You have super speed, which is great provided you don't run. And then you have super strength, which would be great, except for the fact you have to reduce your defense in order to use it, so you get shot to ribbons before you get near enough to someone to punch them in the face. This seems to be a problem with quite a few games this generation. Just look at Infamous, for example, a game that gave you all these brilliant electricity powers, and then put you up against gang members who apparently are also trained marksmen, despite being like 17-year-old youths in Grim Reaper hoodies. They're able to shoot you in the head from 20-foot tall story buildings, and you can only take a few shots before you die. Even Prototype, which I thought was a pretty good game, put you up against overwhelming odds like tanks and helicopters and mutants, and all sorts of bastards who could tear you apart within seconds. And then, of course, there's The Force Unleashed, a game that gave you all these awesome Jedi powers, and then put you up against Force-resistant enemies. Force-resistant enemies. When I play a game called The Force Unleashed, I want to play a game where the Force is unleashed. It was anything but unleashed. It was the direct opposite of unleashed. And this is a problem that I think many superhero games face. Developers worry so much about creating a game that's challenging for the hardcore gamer that they don't concentrate on making the game fun. You know, sometimes a game that isn't challenging can be fun. I mean, just look at the Kirby games, for instance. Instead, we've got a game like Crysis that gives you all these superhuman abilities and then balances them to such a degree that they become imbalanced in the game's favour. I mean, who wants to play a stealth game where you can't even run or even walk for a few seconds before the power runs out and the stealth comes off? Or in Crysis's example, a game where you put the stealth on, but sometimes the enemies can just see you anyway, and helicopters always know where you are. It's fucking ridiculous. I want to play a game that lets me be a superhero and makes me feel like a badass. Is that so wrong? I want to play a game like The Force Unleashed, except the Force is unleashed. You know, I'm just running around, you know, choking stormtroopers and throwing droids about, and just have that be the game. A good example would be X-Men Origins, the Wolverine game. Okay, most of the game was just jumping from enemy to enemy, cutting them in half and stabbing them in the face. But that was the point! That's the point of a superhero game, to make you feel like a hero what is super. And I just hope that Crysis 2 and Infamous 2 and any other superhero game that comes along recognises that. Not every game has to be challenging, and not every fucking superhero has to be balanced to a degree where everyman characters like Nathan Drake or even fucking James Sunderland from Silent Hill 2 feels like they're more powerful in a fight. I'd rather, if you ask me to have the guy from Crysis or Nathan Drake with me in a fight, I'd pick Nathan Drake. Because, you know, he can actually survive, and all of his superpowers aren't fucking nerfed to the point of being useless. So yeah, that's what I want. I want superpowers. I want superpowers, not just in games, in real life. Why isn't Obama working on that? Imagine a scenario where Roger Ebert gets called up in the middle of the night by Steven Spielberg, demanding he re-review a film because he didn't watch it properly. How fucking stupid is that scenario? It's fucking stupid, isn't it? Why then does it keep happening in video games? I recently reviewed Hydrophobia, a game that is, by and large, incredibly subpar. I'm not even going to go into what I felt about it. There's a review on Destructed, you can read it. The developers of Hydrophobia certainly read it. And I got 4 missed calls from Deborah Jones, the creative director, and a very patronising voice message telling me that myself and Jordan DeVore didn't play the game properly. She phoned up our sports editor, Sumit Sarkar, twice within an hour, demanding my phone number. And has since gone on to accuse Destructoid and Edge magazine of not playing her game properly. And I just want to say, fuck this stupid attitude that just keeps coming from developers when it comes to reviews and playing their games properly. We've had this with the guys who made Lair, we've had this with Dennis Dyack over 2 Human, and I just want to say, shame on you. Shame on you developers for not only demeaning our profession, but your own profession, dragging it into this fucking era where the idea is that bullying and coercion and being over a reviewer's shoulder telling them what to do is somehow grounds for a solid personal review. It's not. If I played your game improperly, whose fault is that? Not mine, because I've been playing video games for over 20 fucking years. I know how to play them. It's your fault for not telling us and not communicating properly how that game is played. Hydrophobia has several tutorials. I followed them. And if somehow I'm playing the game wrong with the information the game itself gives me, that's on your head, not mine. And not on Edge's and not on anybody else's. I don't get this whole idea that review guides need to be sent to press. The average gamer doesn't have a review guide. They don't know, they don't have this parrot on their shoulder telling them where to go and what to do. I get review guides often with my review copies and I throw them away because I don't want the developer telling me how to play a game. The average gamer on the street doesn't have that benefit, and if I somehow failed to play a game properly, chances are good that many gamers are going to fail to do the same. Because you didn't tell them how to play the game within the game itself, which is, the important place where you tell someone to play a fucking game. I just think we've reached a really ridiculous stage with video game reviews, and part of the attitude where anything below a 10 out of 10 is unacceptable is being encouraged not just by idiot gamers on N4G, but idiot developers. And I understand you've put 3 or 5 years into a game, it's your baby, but like the mother of a Down syndrome kid, only you are finding it beautiful, and you can't expect everyone else to applaud and clap because it can't keep its fingers out of its arsehole. I'm just really fucking livid about the joke that certain developers are turning this industry into, because they can't handle a bit of criticism and they can't understand that sometimes your games just aren't fucking good enough. So I'm sorry, I'm sorry I gave Hydrophobia a 3.5 out of 10. I'm sorry Edge gave it a 3 out of 10. I'm sorry we hated your shitty game. But we're not going to re-review it, we're not going to change it because of your failings. people in the film industry, you know, the example I used earlier, they don't phone up fucking critics day and night to get them to re-review a game or re-review a film or watch the film properly. It's a fucking absurd scenario that we're in. And it just sickens me to see developers acting like spoiled brats. So for anyone who's ever phoned up a reviewer or emailed them or just complained that their game was played wrong, fucking shame on you. For fucking shame. So I reviewed Kirby's Epic Yarn this week, and while there was a lot of positive buzz about the game, as well there should be, and I'm not just saying that because I have an awesome Kirby's Epic Yarn hat, I was very dismayed at the number of commenters who seemed to have a really big problem with Kirby, not because the game wasn't good. In fact, a lot of them said that the game looked pretty cool, you know, cute and fun and simple and just this really awesome platformer. It wasn't that they had a problem with. There were just these people who said they weren't going to play the game because it was a kiddie game. And that really disappointed me because, I mean, are we so image conscious as gamers? I mean, the last people who should be image conscious, that we don't want to play a game just because we've decided arbitrarily that only children are allowed to play it. To me, it's people denying themselves the chance to play a really awesome game just because they're worried about what people might think. As if they don't already think as gamers that they're playing something for children anyway. In fact, that's the kind of mentality that people on Fox News and the Daily Mail have about games and gamers. They're just for children, let's write them off, let's never give them a chance. And you want to have that mentality as well. Oh, Kirby's Epic Yarn, Kirby's for kids, the Wii is a kiddie console, I don't want to play any games on it, even if those games are cool. And if you have that attitude, just think about the kinds of games that you're actually denying yourself. After all, everything on the Nintendo Entertainment System was designed for children. Super Mario Bros. Is a kid's game. Pac-Man is a kid's game. These games were designed for, you know, little bastards to play. And if you're going to have this mentality that you can't play a game unless it's for adults, then you're really denying yourself the opportunity to enjoy some really good games. And movies and TV shows, I mean, fuck. There's a load of, like, Disney films. Disney films are designed for children. But some of them, you know, I'm not ashamed to say, are really fucking good. I mean, did you deny yourself the opportunity to watch any of the Toy Story movies because they were for kids? It's a very backwards way of thinking, and I'm very disappointed that some people are segregating themselves from the rest of the gaming public because they've decided that one thing is for a certain group of people, and any other type of person can't enjoy it. And you know what? There were people that thought like that a few years ago. And do you know what we called them? We called them racists. And I'm not saying that you are racist if you don't want to play Kirby's Epic Yarn, or Viva Pinata, or any of these other really good games that are designed with kids in mind. But I'm just saying that you're acting definitely like Joseph Goebbels.
Der früher oft gegen uns vorgebrachte Einwand, es gäbe keine Möglichkeit, die Juden aus dem Kunst- und Kulturleben.
At the end of the day, Kirby's made of motherfucking string, so either get used to it or join the KKK. So here's the deal. Nobody gives a flying pig's jism how good you are at video games. You may very well be able to do a Mega Man 2 speedrun and never die. You may be able to get all the achievements in Earth Defense Force. You may think Demon's Souls is really easy. But here's the point. You're still an arsehole, a pointless arsehole, and this is how people see you.
Extreme! It's a video game! It's a video game!
What is this fucking pussy shit, man? This shit's for fucking I'm just really fucking annoyed with these people who think that being good at some video games, usually ones that other people typically think are difficult, and pretending that you find them so easy, is some sort of mark of manhood. And this comes from personal experience, like talking about Demon's Souls. Demon's Souls is a pretty brutal game. It's got a lot of strategy in there, and it's designed to kill you a lot. But then you get some people who just sit back and say, well, Demon's Souls is easy. I don't know why you struggled on that boss. It was so simple. Only a retard could find Demon's Souls difficult. Shut the fuck up. No one's impressed. I mean, really, video games are considered a rather geeky pastime. So what you're doing is showing off that you're a bigger geek than the geeks you're trying to impress. And they're not impressed. They don't like you. They don't even try to like you. They see you as a pointless ball of spunk. So next time you try and show off because you're so brilliant at the latest hardcore shooter that comes out, or the next tough action game from Hideki Kamiya, or Mega Man comes out and it's so easy compared to the old ones, which are easy anyway because retro games, I'm so good at them. You know, just remember, we all think you're a dick. So it's become popular this generation to have a bit of a whine and a good old moan about linearity. And as usual, these complaints are rooted in people not knowing what the fuck they're talking about. I recently was talking about Killzone 3, which I'm very excited for. It's one of my favourite franchises. And one guy said, Killzone 2 was like an on-rails shooter. An on-rails shooter. Because it was a linear game. Now, not only is that an utterly ridiculous accusation, because it's fucking not, the important thing to remember is that when you're dealing with a game that wants to tell a particular story, linearity is usually the best way to go about it. I mean, I just want to talk about some of the most popular games of all time. Half-Life 2, Metal Gear Solid, Resident Evil, Silent Hill 2, Bioshock. Just look at like the most popular games that we've ever looked at, and you'll start to see they're all linear fucking games. And do you know why? Do you know why these particular games are often held up as the pinnacles of storytelling? Maybe not Resident Evil, but the other ones. It's because if you want to tell a tight story, linearity is usually the best way to go about it. There's a reason why Half-Life 2 takes you from A to B and is set through corridors that guide you along the same set path. It's because it wants to tell a particular story. This is why, with the exception of Quentin Tarantino films, most movies are not all over the fucking place. Yes, I mean, a degree of freedom in games is good for particular types of games. I mean, your Grand Theft Autos, your Saints Row 2s, your Elder Scrolls, they're fantastic. And the thing you've got to remember, and I've brought this up before, if you've got those experiences, you don't need every game to be that experience. It's not fucking rocket science.
Quite impossible. I played an open world game once, and that means all games should be open world. Yes, all games should be exactly the same. Oh, I'm such a fucking cunt.
I think if every game was an open world game, I mean, sure, you're immersed in a world, but you don't get quite as immersed in the story, I find. Because, you know, it's not tightly woven, it doesn't have a pace to it. If you can pick or choose when you do a particular part of a story, you lose the pacing, and I think that's very important. I think that's why games like Bioshock and Half-Life and Final Fantasy have some of the best paced stories in games. So, if you want to complain about games being linear, just A, stick to Elder Scrolls or Grand Theft Auto or whatever, because no one's taken those fucking games away from you, and B, just shut the fuck up. So the Spike Video Game Awards aired this past week, and as with the fallout of any Spike VGA show, there was a lot of complaining and whining and moaning. But chief among the whines, I believe, was the reaction to SSX Deadly Descent, the long-awaited sequel to the SSX series. I mean, people have wanted another SSX for quite a while, and as is customary with gamers, when they got it and it wasn't exactly like this,
no two nights are the same.
they acted like this. Now, before we start, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying you shouldn't be concerned or even a bit worried about the direction Deadly Descent has taken. And I'm certainly not saying that it's okay to keep doing these dark and gritty reboots of franchises. I think a lot of them are silly, and they lead to things like Bomberman Act Zero or Shadow the fucking Hedgehog. But here's the thing. You judge Shadow the fucking Hedgehog or Bomberman Act Zero or any of these other dark and gritty remakes after you've played them. It just strikes me as funny that gamers love to slag off video game reviewers for daring to criticise a game they haven't even played. But woe betide, we show these same gamers 30 seconds of CGI they don't like. Here's the deal, you haven't played SSX Deadly Descent, you haven't even seen it yet. We had this when Ninja Theory revealed the Devil May Cry reboot DMC and people got upset because Dante's hair was black and he looked like someone from Twilight. Obviously the game is shit and we need to boycott it. Fucking gamers, you get so up in arms and melodramatic and actually feel like activists over 30 seconds of CGI. And again, like I said, I mean, it's okay to feel maybe disappointed, but when I get people in my Twitter feed saying, well, I just woke up, I slept on it, and I'm still angry over the 30 seconds of footage I saw, that's when I think things get a little bit ridiculous. There are levels of upset over a game reveal. And I think the SSX Deadly Descent one, like the DMC reveal before it, have crossed a line into fucking ridiculous. Give games a chance. I think we should always give games a fucking chance. Again, going back to reactions to reviews, people always say, well, I judge games for myself, I don't believe what reviewers tell me. Or, when a game is revealed that people are excited for, a lot of the cynical ones go, well, I believe that we should see gameplay footage first. We haven't seen any of that. We haven't played it, we haven't seen it. We've seen a little trailer. So just pack your estrogen up into your little purse and then shut the fuck up until we see something else. Okay? So it seems to me that whenever a Wii game comes out that's even vaguely good, it's followed by this litany of complaints from gamers, saying things like, oh, if only it wasn't on the Wii, or why is this on the Wii, or this would be so much better on the Xbox 360 or the PS3. Why is that? Is it because the game would look better? Last time I checked, graphics were not indicative of gameplay, which is why the PS2 was the weakest system graphically last generation, but had the best library of games. And it's why gorgeous titles like Final Fantasy XIII are actually pretty fucking mediocre when you put your mind to it. In fact, the very reason why games like Final Fantasy XIII aren't very good is the same reason why I think people want stuff on the PS3 and 360 instead of the Wii. The graphics.
Quite impossible! I only have an Xbox 360 and PS3, which means all games should come out for it. Besides, better graphics automatically means better games. I also saw some black people on the bus. They were sitting at the front of it. This will not do. I'm such an outrageous wanker.
You see, in my mind, graphics are like some of the biggest resource hogs that a game developer can deal with. Final Fantasy XIII, for instance, looks fucking fantastic, but as linear as that game is and as closed as it is, and when you think about it, it's comparatively shorter than a lot of other Final Fantasy games. When you think about all that, and then remember that Square Enix still had to cut a load of shit, there are entire environments in Final Fantasy XIII that never made it to the final cut because they just didn't have the time, money, budget and space for it. Then you contrast it to something like Mistwalker's Last Story, which is coming out for the Wii, has a big open world, massive cities that you can explore, tons of side quests and, special areas and equipment and hidden bosses and online multiplayer and just all these other features that are just missing from console RPGs on the 360 or the PS3. And then just ask me, would you rather have brilliant graphics and cut content, or compromised graphics, but a whole mass of extra stuff to do? This is why I think the Wii is a very valuable console. In an age of high budgets and lengthy delays and developers that just can't afford to make games or need those games to sell millions of copies, the Wii is a godsend. It takes less time and money to develop stuff. Smaller companies like Mistwalker, I mean, they're no Square Enix. You know, smaller companies like Mistwalker can make games like The Last Story. You know, I don't think if The Last Story ever came to the PS3 and the 360, I don't think it would even be the same game. Okay, it would look gorgeous, but it'd probably be fucking stripped down.
But Haze was on the PS3, and Haze was one of the finest games of this generation. And Super Mario Galaxy 2 was a load of old bollocks, because it was on the Wii.
So I think next time you complain that the Wii is, you know, a bad system and act like good games aren't allowed to come out for it, think about the guys making those games. Can they afford to bring out a high-definition game on the PS3 and 360 and actually have it as good a quality in terms of gameplay? Now, I'm not saying that the Wii automatically guarantees good games. I mean, you know, the amount of shovelware and shit that's on it would disprove such a claim straight away. But potentially, it gives smaller developers the potential to make bigger experiences. And I don't think that's a bad thing at all. And that's why when a good game comes out on the Wii, I'm glad it's on the Wii. Because I would rather have a good game than a good-looking game. And I hope, you know, I would like to think that you do too. So think about that next time. Otherwise, just shut the fuck up. Sexism in gaming is a hot potato issue right now. We've had talk of Penny Arcade making jokes about dickwalls, David Jaffe comparing technology to vaginas, and we've also had Duke Nukem Forever's Capture the Babe, a game mode in which you punch women in the face with a boxing glove strapped to the end of your cock. Well, that's only if you believe Fox News. You actually give her a smack on the arse now and then. However, that is still a rather sensitive subject with many women, but I'm sure that Duke Nukem Forever is the kind of robust intellectual forum in which to explore these problems.
What am I, a chimpanzee?
In many cases, I think the issue of sexism is overblown, and it's very easy to get caught up in our inability to differentiate jokes from actual instances of hatred. In fact, I don't think we as a community even deserve to have these discussions if we're still going to get up in arms over a simple little joke and rob games, comments, and any kind of humour of its context just to focus on the bit that we find particularly offensive. That said, there is a serious issue to be had, and that's to be found in the disproportionate sexualisation of women in games. However, that's not a problem I think necessarily has to, shall we say, go away. You see, here's a simple truth. Men like to look at tits. I'm sorry if a few people find that offensive, but that's simply the way we're wired. I didn't come up with the concept. It's a little thing we call fucking genetics, and it's the reason why the human species is here. Men like to, I guess, objectify women because that's what they've evolved to do.
Oh yeah, I'm bringing sexy back.
Now the problem I have is with balance. You see, we've got women parading around game worlds in nothing but a chainmail bikini to protect their flesh, and it looks rather stupid when you put them next to a man in full plate armour. So the simple answer is just to put women in full plate armour, yes? No! The answer to address this balance is to put men in chainmail bikinis as well, because that's the issue, ladies and gentlemen. Not too many half-naked women in games, not enough half-naked dudes! That's right, folks. Quasi-nudity for all, not just the females. Because at the end of the day, who doesn't want to look at Marcus Phoenix in a tight leather thong?
Who wants toast?
And as for Duke Nukem Forever, keep Capture the Babe, but add in a new mode for the ladies. Diddle the Duke. A game in which you fiddle with Duke Nukem's balls while he cries and begs you to stop.
No, come on, no.
Sex sells, ladies and gentlemen, but that doesn't mean we have to sell it exclusively to males. Sex can sell to women as well. Don't believe me? Take a trip to DeviantArt and put Devil May Cry in the search bar. That'll give you all the proof you need. Women are interested in sex just as much as men. And my proposal eliminates sexism by objectifying everyone and selling games to everybody. An option for quasi-nudity for men and women, and an option for full-plate armour for men and women if you're feeling prudish. We have to cater in these modern times to vaginas just as much as penises. And if that's not equality, I don't know what is. The only way Sony could get any worse press this year would be to debut a video series on The Escapist. It's been a pretty bad year for them all round. They've had to confess that their network was breached and that the details of, several million PSN users have been stolen by hackers, and they could have our credit card information, they could not. It's not been good. They've been trying to make good on it. They came out this past weekend to say, yep, we fucked up, but we're going to make it right. And so far fans haven't been too pleased with what they've offered. The free PlayStation Plus subscription for a month and the extra Curiosity thing. Who uses Curiosity? I do not. So it's not been considered a great way of recompense. However, fortunately the Jimquisition is here to fix everything like it always does. I have got 3 things that Sony could do, and it only needs to do one of those 3 things in order to make everything better. Because that's what we do at the Jimquisition. We save lives. Literally, fact. Number 1, Tomba. For those of you not lucky enough to have played Tomba, it was a beautiful little PS1 side-scroller about a pink-haired troll who bites the shit out of pigs. It was delivered to us in 1998 by Tokuro Fujiwara, the chap responsible for Mega Man and Ghosts and Goblins. Despite being a wonderful little title with a strong cult following, Tomba has never appeared on the PlayStation Network in any region. The PS1 Classics line is incomplete without this pig-chomping masterpiece, and if Sony were to bring it to the digital sphere tomorrow, all would be forgiven. At least by me. And let's face it, I'm the one who matters here. Number 2, Medieval 3. Medieval was a witty hack-and-slash adventure game starring Dan Fortescue, a failed hero turned cycloptic skeleton who fights his way across a Burton-esque land, slaying increasingly eccentric monsters with progressively devastating weapons. Despite getting a sequel, a PSP remake, and making it to PS1 Classics, we've seen hide nor hair of Fortescue on both the PS2 and PS3. Meanwhile, the Cambridge studio that made it has been wasting time with fucking iPet. Stop making iPet, start making Medieval 3. The series was always a little rough around the edges, so with some current-gen polish, I reckon it could be an absolutely terrific action title. Medieval 3 for PS3. You make that news, and Sony could have my credit card, PIN number, fingerprints, and address of my child's school to do with whatever it likes. Number 3, let's not have so many fucking firmware updates, yes? So firmware, how'd that work out for you, Sony? If the PSN outage proved anything, it's that maybe Sony should have been focusing more on security than on fighting a losing battle against pirates and homebrewers. Look at the PSP. You need a firmware update every time you turn the damn thing on, and it's still one of the most pirated devices around. Logic. It was custom firmware that allegedly allowed hackers to break into the PSN, so it was a waste of time from the start. Yet every fucking time a game worth playing for the PS3 comes out, along comes new firmware with no benefit to the poor schmo forced to download it. This wouldn't be half as bad if the PS3's infrastructure wasn't fucking shit, and thus made downloads go ridiculously slowly. I love my PS3, but I hate the fact that Sony wants to turn it into a green bar watching simulator. The fact that when PSN does come back, Sony already has a new firmware update in the works utterly galls me. If Sony could promise to at least restrain itself to 3 updates a year, I'll forgive them. If it continues fighting a battle in which only paying customers are the victims, then, I don't know, they'll be turbo unforgiven. Aha! That'll show them, probably. And there you have it. 3 very simple solutions that take very little effort, 2 of which Sony could even make money on. I'm a genius. I'm a literal genius. Thank God for me. Unworthy friends, raise your hands and rejoice. because the Jimquisition is here to yet again tell developers how to make their games better, and there's none more qualified than I. No, I haven't developed any of my own games, but I'm still qualified because... yeah, well, I've never fucked a pair of pliers either, but I know that's bad. I have to admit, I'm a fan of the eccentric. Deadly Premonition is one of my favourite games, and Killer 7 is a work of mad genius. It frustrates me then to see some games squander their weirdness, especially among indie devs who ought to know better. I find some games have fantastic concepts that never follow through because they think that being odd is good enough. It's not. For example, I recently pitched an idea for a new TV show called Monkey Ghost. A show in which the ghost of a monkey solves crimes and eats pot roast. The producer said to me, "How did you find my address and why is this a good idea for a TV show?" And I said, "Well, it's weird, isn't it?" And he said, "That's not good enough." And I said, "How is that not good enough? It fights a vampire ape called Orangutang." God. I recently played Cargo: The Quest for Gravity, a decent little game from Ice Pick Lodge. It's a title in which you make a bunch of naked Vern Troyer lookalikes have fun. The problem is that the horrific little man midgets are having their fun at the expense of yours. They dance around, they cling onto planes and boats that you've built, and they summon pianos from the sky. It's all very crazy, but is it fun? For the most part, no, because you, the player, don't get involved. Your only interaction with the world comes in kicking midgets, building vehicles, and, well, not a lot else. You're little more than an audience member while the game parades its abstract chicanery in front of you, demanding that you look, but don't touch. As such, you never feel part of the weird world that you're supposed to be immersed in, and, rather than become a selling point, Cargo's weirdness only frustrates because you can't indulge in the same kind of oddball behaviour that everybody else is. You know, I might like making my family sit in the corner and watch me masturbate while digging into my smooth milky thigh with a screwdriver. But it's not fun for them because they can't join in. One game that takes this problem to the extreme is Noby Noby Boy. On the surface, this is a delightful game for which words like quirky were invented. You're a little stretchy creature with creepy, dead and nightmare eyes, and you have to make your character as long as possible, while enjoying a world populated by cavorting devils, rhino people, and all other manner of crazy random elements. Again though, the game seems to think that merely presenting the aesthetic of strangeness is enough to keep you amused. For a while it does, until you realise that all you're doing as a player is endlessly stretching your worm fiend while the non-player characters appear to be having a lot more fun than you. That's what pisses me off more than anything. NPCs doing more than me. Why do we have to watch characters fly planes, drive cars and play with various toys? Why are NPCs granted more freedom and more gameplay than the player? Why are there people riding toucans? Why can't I ride toucans? Toucans are my favourite animal! When does Jim get his share? With the aforementioned Killer 7 and Deadly Premonition, the oddness is accompanied by a sense of belonging to the world. Killer 7 takes some getting used to, but the strange juxtaposition of on-rails movement and first-person shooting presents a unique form of immersion. More importantly, it's not populated by NPCs who are doing a lot more than you are. Meanwhile, Deadly Premonition offers a whole bag of goods, blending horror shooting with open-world exploration and subquests. You feel like you're in that abstract world, not just being forced to watch it. Arty games such as The Path and Vigil Blood Bitterness seem so proud of their weird little worlds that they almost treat you like an unwelcome guest. Like your job is to just shut up and watch how brilliantly fucking mind-blowing they are. Being weird is great, but not if you're going to be so self-satisfied in your own weirdness that you don't give a shit about the player's enjoyment. Make them feel welcome in your strange universe, like they have a place in it. That's how a weird game is successful. If you don't successfully integrate a player into your creation, then its weirdness becomes lost because players can only engage with it on a shallow, superficial level. In short, if you give me a naked Vern Troyer lookalike, I want to do a lot more with it than just kick it up the arse. Give me some lipstick and let me really have fun with it. And there you go. Yet again I've solved another one of the industry's problems. No need to thank me, developers. Just make sure that you thank God for me. O malcontents! O ye rebels! O ye pseudo-intellectuals! quake in fear, because the Jimquisition is here to right the wrongs of your own stupidity. Call of Duty is popular. That means it's shit. That appears to be the common sentiment among gamers, which is true of anything that becomes big. Angry Birds, for instance, is now ruining video games despite the fact that nobody had a problem with it when it first launched. Farmville is the sentient vomit of the devil according to some, even though it's on Facebook appealing to a totally different demographic, bothering nobody. Similarly, Call of Duty is one of the biggest franchises in entertainment, therefore it must be shit. The problem is, Call of Duty is a good series, and I find the sneering disdain for it quite ignorant and ludicrous most of the time.
What on earth are you talking about? I understand that video games are supposed to be art, and Call of Duty can never be art. Where's the tutorial that tells you the complete opposite of what you're supposed to do in order to blow your mind? Where's the commentary on the stark nature of the human condition that all video games should have? This is not good!
Call of Duty Modern Warfare is a game that defined what a modern multiplayer shooter could be. Like it or not, Infinity Ward brought a new sense of purpose to online play. The various unlocks, level ups and perks that could be opened up with extended play gave people something to work towards, and it's little wonder that so many games follow in its footsteps now. Of course, some blame COD for that legion of followers, but it's not COD's fault that so many other publishers are shameless copycats. I'm looking at you, EA. Infinity Ward did not invent things like perks, just like Resident Evil did not invent survival horror. However, like Resident Evil, Modern Warfare popularised the concept, and turned it into something far more successful than whatever came before. Call of Duty is what really turned me on to online gaming. I found it far more welcoming than other games, and loved the sense of individuality you could get from it, where you felt like you could find weaponry and skills that you were comfortable with, rather than learn where on a map the rocket launcher was and have an entire game full of players racing toward it. I understand that old school multiplayer can still be fun, but I just prefer the way Infinity Ward did it, and I think it's a perfectly valid, excellent way of doing multiplayer.
Call of Duty clearly ruined online games for everyone because of the disparity you get between a new player and an old player, because of all the perks. Never mind there's that same disparity in a game like Quake between a new player and someone who knows where all the weapons are hidden. That's different because of reasons.
Similarly, the single-player aspect of the COD series doesn't seem to get enough credit. Modern Warfare, its direct sequel, and Black Ops have had wonderfully paced narratives. Yes, they get a little far-fetched at times, but no more than most games out there.
Your skills have improved, or rather, your hardware.
Of course, Modern Warfare gave us the iconic post-nuke scene, where players get to experience firsthand the results of a nuclear explosion in a manner that still sends a shiver down most gamers' spines almost 4 years later. Even at its most ludicrous, the COD series delivers its story with enough style and confidence to make it work. There's even quite a bit of commentary on the nature of war hidden underneath, for those artsy types who need a story with a message. Yes, on the surface it's a popcorn-munching action story, but there's more beneath there, about how Modern Warfare can be shockingly disaffecting.
Enemy personnel in the junkyard.
But what really gets me is the way that COD players themselves are written off. I've lost count of how many times I've seen players of the game looked down upon as, and I quote, COD kiddies, by people who think they're automatically superior because they like different types of video games. That's like thinking you're better than somebody who eats cheddar because you like pepper jack. I review games for Destructoid, and as part of my job I was at the midnight launch for Modern Warfare 2. I saw all sorts of people there. Yes, there was a huge man in a white furry pimp coat screaming, PS3 for life! Seriously. But on the whole, I saw normal, decent people. Even spoke to a few of them, and they were pleasantly charming adults, not the popular image of a swearing teenager that people put across. I'm not saying that swearing teens don't exist in COD games, of course they do, but that's one part of a demographic that covers millions of people. Liking COD has been used as an insult by people before. I myself, in writing about the series in the past, have been called a COD lover, like it's some kind of racial slur. You know, liking Call of Duty is not automatic grounds for an insult. I like COD, but I also like Beyond Good and Evil. I just like video games. Somebody's intellect is not reflected in the games they like. There are some who play COD and only COD, and there are plenty of others who simply enjoy the games as part of a balanced diet of software. Call of Duty isn't perfect. Activision may soon be running the series into the ground if rumours of spin-offs are true, and $15 map packs can go fuck themselves. But at the heart of the series, there are good games to be had, and they're enjoyed by more than just mindless fragheads. And if you have a legitimate argument against the series and its players, other than simply, it's stupid, I'm more than willing to listen.
On the subject of modern warfare, I'm not saying that I had any hand in the capture of Osama bin Laden, but it's hardly surprising that it happened after the Jimquisition debuted here at The Escapist. I'm not taking credit for the capture of Osama bin Laden, but I'm just saying that if President Obama would like to give me a medal, I won't turn it down. Until then, I'm safe in the knowledge that the President of the United States thanks God for me. Humanity is but a newborn foal, blind, unsteady on its feet, stumbling blindly into a bold and dangerous new world, unsure of itself or how it will survive, in need of warmth and guidance and shelter and the Jimquisition.
As Duke Nukem Forever speeds toward a release date, I can't help thinking about the biggest problem I have with the franchise and this game in particular, the complete lack of evidenced irony. Duke Nukem is not a man we're meant to pity or laugh at or be disgusted with in any way. He treats women like objects, he makes awful jokes, and he's a muscle-bound meathead with no sense of taste. But rather than make that a point of comedy with the character, we're supposed to actively think he's a brilliant, wonderful guy. To me, this is the fundamental difference between Duke Nukem and Sam Stone from the Serious Sam series. One is played straight, the other not so much. Sam Stone actually is a complete dumbass, and we're not supposed to think otherwise. Meanwhile, Duke Nukem is never allowed to be self-deprecating. When Duke makes a terrible joke, he's never called out on it. The joke is played straight, and we're meant to laugh. We're supposed to think Duke is cool. Gearbox's Randy Pitchford himself said, Duke Nukem, it's his world. He is the most important guy in it. He saved the world from this alien invasion. He saved our chicks. He's a hero to be admired, not laughed at. And I think that's a fundamental flaw in the character. Unfortunately, I think we get to a point where you become too cool to be cool.
Instead, he should be more ironic, like, I don't know, just pulling this at random, some fat blogger with an English whiny accent, dressed up in a trench coat with glasses like he's some sort of rock star, with a background that makes it look like he's in a bad production of V for Vendetta. You know, something so blindingly, obviously ironic that only a fucking idiot would take it as a genuine persona.
Sonic the Hedgehog is a fantastic example of what I mean. His recent years have been, let's diplomatically say they've not been too kind to him. As well as the bad games, the character of Sonic has himself degraded, and I think the biggest issue is the fact that Sega still tries to take him seriously. Sonic is still sporting the laughable 90s attitude. Sonic's the name! Speed's my game! Look how totally badical I am, bro! It's embarrassing to see a character with such forced coolness in this day and age. Back in the 90s it worked. He was fresh-faced, going up against some old plumber in a slow-moving game. That in-your-face attitude was a product of its era and a sharp contrast to the way Nintendo was behaving. In 2011, however, that attitude just doesn't work. His finger-wagging and bodacious poses are embarrassing to behold. However, imagine if he acted that way in the name of comedy. If Sega stopped treating him so seriously and let the sad, degraded aspect of his personality actually be the point of the character. An out-of-place 90s icon trying to be relevant and cool in a world that's passed him by. It needn't be pronounced to the point of parody, but present enough to give the character a new, amusing edge. Right now he's trying to be cool in a serious manner, when being cool in a comedic way may make him even better.
The fact is, people want to see people not as icons of coolness, but as lower on the social totem pole than them. Someone who thinks they're awesome, but everybody knows they're shit, so we can laugh at them. Unfortunately for you, your options are very limited, whereas I can look at everyone like that, because I'm the perfect life form.
Sonic was a bit more lame in Sonic Colors, and that was actually a positive step in an otherwise unimpressive game. They made him come off as a bit stupid, with jokes that didn't quite work on the other characters. This was a great step in the right direction, I feel. I believe if they spent more time enhancing that, to deliberately create a hedgehog that isn't half as cool as he thinks he is, we'd all have a lot more fun. When I think of a character that really got it right, I think of Dante from Devil May Cry. In the first game they tried to make his coolness serious, and it didn't quite work, especially during the latter portions of the game.
I should have been the one to fill your dark soul with light!
Enough said. By the third game, however, he was far too camp to be taken seriously, surfing on demons, eating pizza while his arm was being chewed, and generally being ludicrous. In Devil May Cry 4, he's become a parody of himself, with lines so outrageously stupid the writers had to know what they were doing. The extremity and increasing bizarreness of Dante's behaviour worked. Dante became cool because he was tragically, interminably uncool. That's the state I see Duke in, but played the wrong way. While I like the Duke series well enough and hope DNF will be a good game, I worry about a title where we're supposed to idolise a fool who thinks he's brilliant. Hopefully Duke is allowed to self-deprecate more, because a man who likes to get his knob sucked by two schoolgirls isn't exactly my idea of an icon.
In a way, I like to think of the work that Rosa Parks started as a struggle that I myself am continuing with these videos, although obviously on a much larger scale. And she's not with us now, but I like to think that maybe she's looking down on us all and thinking to herself, thank God for me. She's talking about me when she says that, not her. She's not saying thank God for me. What kind of arrogant cock would do that? Really? Ah yes, friends, rejoice and be grateful, because the Jimquisition is back at long last. I hear some of you were so upset that you actually brought the escapists down last week in protest of there not being enough Jimquisition episodes. Don't resort to such dramatic extremes. I'm here and I love you, because you're the guys that matter, almost as much as I do.
So Call of Duty has a Call of Duty Elite subscription now, and that's alright, I guess. I'm not going to rain down hellfire about Activision nickel and diming people because it seems like something that can be somewhat ignored. I like Call of Duty well enough, as I've said in the past, but not enough to pay for a TV show and stat tracking, and I'm happy enough to ignore it and just play the core game. However, this hints at a larger problem that gamers are facing with increasing intensity. The issue of constantly having to reaffirm our involvement with a game, prove our loyalties, and above all else, own multiple accounts and input an endless parade of fucking unlock codes. Let me think. Not counting MMOs, I'm currently subscribed to Xbox Live, PlayStation Network, Games for Windows Live, Steam, Good Old Games, EA.com, Calypso, Game Center, OpenFate and Gameloft Live. All in order to get the full experience from the various games and platforms I enjoy. Not to mention EA coming along with its own Steam knockoff Origin, which adds yet another home for our emails, bank details and addresses to nestle. Compare that to last generation, when the amount of accounts were roughly estimated at fucking none.
I had to, in addition to my Steam account, set up an account with Calypso in order to play the first Templar. The first fucking Templar. If that's not a sign of how ridiculous that this fucking industry has gotten, I don't know what is.
What is it with this generation in particular and the constant need to possess consumers, to tie them down and demand proof that you love them and will stick by them forevermore? And what kind of loyalty does the incessant inconvenience of the player truly inspire? I can't be the only one who finds it galling to pay for Xbox Live, then has to remember his name and password for EA.com, and then has to input a fucking online passcode just to play Dead Space 2's multiplayer, which is shitty multiplayer anyway. As technology grows and people grow up to expect streaming movies, instant news headlines and all their entertainment right now, right when they want it, it puzzles me to see video games trying to step away from the social trends in order to put as many barriers between the player and the game as can be done. Between obligatory console-based subscriptions, publisher-specific accounts, and codes to unlock content, Not to mention the inevitable game and console updates that we're forced to sit through, video games are starting to resemble fucking Commodore 64s. You know, back when we had to load a cassette for 10 minutes before we could start a game. As other forms of entertainment move forward to cater to a demographic that expects instant gratification, the greed and possessiveness of publishers is dragging video games back into the Stone Age.
It's not all bad though. In the coming weeks I'm going to be introducing a subscription-based service called Jimquisition Plus. A hot new service in which you get exclusive episodes, your very own fridge magnet, and the opportunity to enter a sweepstakes in which you get a chance to do deep kissing with the Jim Sterling. And that includes tongues and moaning. All for $40 a month. It's a deal that can't be beat. I'm Jim Prest.
The thing that pisses me off is that none of it is necessary. Publishers love to bitch about used games ruining their profits while they rake in millions of dollars on day one DLC, $10 map packs and costumes that were already on the disc. And they don't stop to ask whether or not they even deserve that kind of brand loyalty. The loyalty that makes people want to buy a brand new game. Because when you treat your customers like criminals with DRM, when you try to eliminate used games which is a source of useful trading credit for poorer gamers, and when you demand them to sign over their personal details with every game they buy, the message you're sending is fuck you gamers. And you know what? Fuck you right back.
And that's it for another week, my friends. Once again, the Peter Gabriel of gaming has to depart and leave you to your own devices. Don't reach for the switchblade though. I'll be back on Monday, whether you like it or not. Trust me, I'll be fucking back. In the meantime, say your prayers, take your vitamins, and remember to thank God for me. Her story, his glory. Incredible! Oh, hello there. I didn't notice you. You just caught me reading Whoa magazine. That's women who hear, obey, and act on God's word. It's because I'm very much in tune with the energetic modern woman, and of course, I like to keep up with, what's going on with the big man upstairs. Yeah, who I'm talking about? That's how interesting I am. On with the show.
When I'm not ruining everybody's life making Jimquisition videos, I serve as reviews editor for Destructoid.com. Anybody who's been reviewing for long enough can tell you that if there's one sentiment that pervades all review discussion, it's this: Metacritic is bad and should go away. Lee Alexander recently wrote a column asking me to remove my reviews from Metacritic, since I'm well known for a rather, divisive writing style, and my review scores don't always march in line with common thinking. Now, it was gratifying to see so many people actually rebuke that sentiment, but at the same time, the form of rebuttals were a little concerning. Above all, there was one very common response overshadowing the whole debate. Fuck Metacritic.
Absolutely. Fuck a website that's actually had nothing to do with anything at all. Really?
See, now here's my burning question. Do people really hate Metacritic? Or do they simply hate the negative impact Metacritic has, unfortunately and accidentally, had on various aspects of this industry? Here's the thing. Metacritic by itself is not a bad thing at all. Used wisely, it's a handy tool in a range of tools that a consumer can use to better advise its purchasing decisions. It's a handy repository of a variety of reviews, and it gives a basic overview of what the average critic thought of a game. That's all it does. However, Metacritic has been blamed for upsetting fans, for games selling poorly, and developers losing monetary bonuses or jobs. And none of that is Metacritic's fault. It's the publishers who put so much stock in Metacritic's averages that it will threaten jobs or hold bonuses to ransom. It's the retarded fuck puppets on N4G and the like who obsess over a negative review impacting a game's precious metascore. And it's all of us that help contribute to so-called review controversies. To blame Metacritic for any of these occurrences is akin to blaming a knife manufacturer when somebody gets stabbed.
Or, dare I say it, those kinds of people that think video games should be banned.
because of the violent crimes committed by some people that play them. You know, the kind of thing that we've all argued against before. What's that? Oh, you've just been served in Jim Sterling's Truth Kitchen. Soup's on, and it tastes of your hypocrisy. You prick.
I'm fairly sick of Metacritic being the scapegoat for the stupid mentality of publishers who hold it up as something far more important than it is, and I'm tired of gamers taking a hostile attitude toward the service because of the stupid mentality that outside sources have. Metacritic itself has done no wrong. Like many things, it is only damaging in the wrong hands, and the hands are at fault here, not an aggregate tool that has no real agenda other than to collect reviews together in one handy place. By no means do I wish to say Metacritic is perfect. Its mysteriously weighted review scores that see some numbers more important than others needs a little more clarity and transparency. And if it's to remove the impact of certain blogs, why would it not be better to remove those blogs entirely than weight the numbers with some mystical algorithm? Even so, Metacritic is not the blasphemous relic of Lucifer's wizards that some seem to think it is. It's just a website at the end of the day, with some numbers on it. I know a few people at Metacritic myself, and it's not their intention for companies to use the site in the way it's being used. In fact, Metacritic collects reviews for music and film as well, and those industries don't have the same kind of trouble that video games do. This industry is just particularly abusive and obsessed with the whole thing, and that's what needs to change. Metacritic is harmless, it's just being used by harmful morons. Metacritic did nothing to earn your contempt. Look instead to the ones who have built a monster around it. The OCD fanboys and the clueless publishers. Tell them to go get fucked. They're the ones who made the mess.
You know, sometimes I think about the fact that I will die one day, and it causes me to weep, openly, and in a manly fashion. Not for myself, of course, but for all of you, who have to face the reality of living in a world without me. Until that time when I sadly depart, just be glad of the Jimquisitions that you have got, and the lives that I have fixed. Thank God for me. Nintendo of America. You know, I've been trying to think of the best way to put these words that I'm about to say to you, because I want this to come from the heart. This is a very personal message, not from the egocentric, overblown, hyper-realistic Jim Sterling of the Jimquisition, but from Jim Sterling, the gamer, direct to you, Nintendo of America. You useless bunch of fucking cunts!
Nintendo of America is, to put it bluntly, the corporate equivalent of a window-licking retard at the back of the Sunshine Bus. It doesn't quite understand much of anything at all, but boy is it just happy to be around. Never has this been more evident than its treatment of a considerably sized demographic of fans who want Xenoblade, The Last Story, and Pandora's Tower to be published in North America. Operation Rainfall instigated a web-wide campaign to get these games a US release, and even started writing letters to meaty Nintendo boss Reggie Fils-Aimé. After maintaining radio silence for a while, Nintendo promised an update, and eventually had this to say.
Thank you for your enthusiasm. We promised an update, so here it is. We never say never, but we can confirm that there are no plans to bring these free games to the Americas at this time. Thanks so much for your passion, and for being great fans.
There are millions of us veteran gamers hungry for what's next.
When it comes to localization, Nintendo is a complete waste of space. It's been diddling Europe for years, although they're getting a break this time. Xenoblade is being localized for that territory, but not for North America. Why? No reason at all. Nintendo of America just doesn't seem to feel like it. In the past, it has hidden behind the claim that localization is too expensive and hard, and that games aren't enough, but frankly, I think Nintendo is full of fucking shit in that regard. After all, if localization of less mainstream Japanese games is such a suicidal business move, how does that explain the existence of several considerably smaller publishers who do almost entirely that?
Oh, but no, let's be fair to Nintendo, shall we? I mean, they can't localise all those games on their own. Only major mega corporations with billions upon billions of dollars can afford to bring these non-mainstream Japanese games to American audiences. Huge conglomerates such as Atlus, Axis Games, Xseed, NIS America, Koei, and of course, Nintendo of Europe. And as for the lack of gains, there's a chart that popped up on the internet recently that calls that claim into question too. According to the sales data, North America actually buys more of these games than Europe or even Japan. For example, Muramasa the Demon Blade sold 250,000 copies in North America compared to 100,000 in Europe and 115,000 in Japan. Rune Factory Frontier got 120,000 in the Americas, 90,000 in Europe, and 40,000 in Japan. Yet Europe and Japan get Xenoblade, and North America doesn't? What utter bullshit. This is my savage, biting, intellectual impression of Nintendo of America. Satire. As much as I really wanted these games, and I do, the thing that truly pisses me off is just how fucking stupid Nintendo of America is acting. Right now, the Wii is stagnant. Not even the most hardcore Nintendo fan can argue that the system is alive and kicking at the moment, with Zelda Skyward Sword being its one compelling title for the entire year. The Wii U is still months and months away, and Nintendo is happy to just sit back and let the Wii end its half a decade of success on this miserable, pathetic whimper. For comparatively little work, the Wii could get 3 exciting new games and keep the system fresh in our minds. Fuck, Xenoblade is already localised in English now. It would take nothing at all to bring it to North America and manufacture it in small amounts to make sure the supply doesn't overstretch demand and profit is maximised. It's a good business decision. With no games, the Wii slips from the collective mind of gamers, and so does Nintendo. And that's a brilliant way to head toward a new product launch, isn't it, you bloody geniuses? What's more, it would be just nice, you know? It would be nice, and thus great PR, if Nintendo of America could for once not be a total fucking clit giraffe about things and do something that makes its most dedicated fans happy. Just once. Just to show it gives a small shit about gamers. Reaching out to the audience in a tiny way can have big gains, but Nintendo of America doesn't want to make that really comparatively meagre fucking effort. It's pitiful. What Nintendo sends with this message is simple. It does not want your money. I'm not one to advocate piracy, but at the same time, if a publisher doesn't want its fans' money for these games, I say it's not a bad thing to screw with the Wii's innards and obtain these titles by any means necessary. This is, after all, the same company that refused to release Animal Crossing in the UK for years, while simultaneously blocking it from being imported. It doesn't want our money? Fuck it! I'll play Xenoblade with or without your permission, fuck puppets. And that is all I have to say about that. Fuck you, Nintendo of America, and thank God for me. There are some gamers out there who profess that if a game lacks multiplayer, co-op, or any other form of post-gameplay content, that it would also lack replay value, that a game cannot be enjoyed a second time without this fresh information to be processed. Negative. If you believe that, you are stupid. And if you're confused by that profession, then please watch the Jimquisition, because it's going to solve the problem of your brain being fucking mental. You know, I'm getting just a little bit sick of people who assume that a linear game lacks replay value. I have actually had gamers ask me in the past what a linear game can do in order to boast replayability, and my answer to that rather short-sighted question is quite simple. It has to be good. That's all it needs to do. You see, I just don't get why a game isn't replayable without some kind of extra mode or multiplayer experience tacked on. It's as if people have forgotten how we used to play video games. You know, before online multiplayer became shoehorned into everything, whether it fit the game's premise or not. To me, replay value comes in whether or not I want to play a game again. Not whether or not I can take it online or get multiple endings. Those are things that make great optional extras, but have been increasingly misrepresented by gamers as pure obligations. Simple questions. Was the game fun to play? Was the story interesting and worth experiencing again? If you answer yes to either of those questions, then congratulations! You've just discovered what we in the business call replay value. That's what you sound like because you're stupid. Let me tell you several games I've replayed multiple times in my life. Silent Hill 2, Metal Gear Solid, BioShock, Sonic 2, Portal, Half-Life 2, Final Fantasy 9. Some of these games I've played more times than any multiplayer title I've ever enjoyed. You know why? Because they were fucking good. They don't have multiplayer or multiple campaigns, or really anything that changes the experience a second time. They're just fun to play, or they've got incredibly engaging stories that I want to enjoy again and again. That's the replay value right there. A quality single-player experience that's worth returning to. To say a linear single-player game inherently lacks replay value is akin to suggesting that a book is not worth rereading, or a movie cannot be enjoyed a second time. It's ludicrous, and anyone who believes in such a thing is a silly little cunt mushroom. You are the sad reason why games like BioShock 2, Dead Space 2 and the upcoming Metro Last Light have diverted resources away from their previously excellent campaign modes to cram in online play in order to satisfy a misguided cultural zeitgeist that suggests gamers are so fucking easily distracted and thick that they can't concentrate on something that doesn't change gears every 5 minutes. Well, I reject the prevailing opinion, sirs. If a game is great, it's worth playing twice, thrice, or more times beyond. The sales success of games like BioShock and the more recently released LA Noire seem to suggest that there's still a demand for narratively driven, single-player games that are secure enough in the magnetism of their experience that they don't need multiplayer in order to cynically keep the crowds drawn in. I've got nothing against multiplayer or replayable incentives. For example, I love New Game Plus modes, but a truly great game doesn't need any of that to be enjoyed more than once, and I think we do a disservice to games and a discredit to our own intelligence by suggesting that we cannot stay entertained without fresh stimulation at all times. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm off to buy every single fucking song on iTunes that's ever been released ever, because heaven forbid I listen to Ace of Base's Smash Hit the Sign more than once. Actually, I listen to it 10 times a day. And there you have it, once again Jim Sterling, the 9/11 first responder of video games, has solved the world's ills, and now gracefully bids you adieu. Hope you enjoyed the show and you'll be back next week, and that you all remember to thank God for me. I always hesitate to use the phrase eyes bigger than your belly because for some reason people confuse my rippling bronzed muscles for fat and make a very tawdry, obvious joke about my belly never being able to be bigger than my eyes. However, the phrase does need to be used when discussing the famous publisher Square Enix, because if any publisher does have eyes bigger than its belly, it is that company. And I believe that it's going to cause a lot of trouble unless the publisher listens to the Jimquisition, because as usual, I have the solution that makes everybody happy. Square Enix, the company that announced Final Fantasy XIV before it had even released Final Fantasy XIII, which was itself announced as 3 games, only one of which is actually finished, basically loves announcing things. It seems to enjoy announcing games more than making them, possibly because it's just fun to come up with contrived, pompous video game titles that sound more like LiveJournal usernames. Anyway, the point is, despite being announced 1 billion years ago, Final Fantasy Versus 13 apparently isn't even in full production yet. This typifies Square Enix's biggest problem: trying to do 1 billion things at once and exhausting fans with long development cycles. Yes, it's a big company, but it's been plenty evidence that it's not big enough for what it tries to take on. Hence, I have come up with 2 rules to fix all of Square Enix's troubles and make its fans a happier bunch of people who don't have to wait half a cunting decade to get a decent game with nothing but Final Fantasy I ports to occupy their time.
Rule number 1. Square Enix is only allowed to announce 2 titles per year.
Maybe if Square Enix was subjected to harsh injunctions that only allowed it to make 2 announcements per year, it could dedicate its resources to fucking finishing some of them. If a game is finished within a year, it is allowed to announce a 3rd game, but only once it has a new game on store shelves. With at least half a dozen studios under its umbrella, nobody's saying it can't develop more than 2 games, but it can only reveal 2. If it wants to announce another, and this is Square Enix, so it will be desperate to do so, it has to finish and release one of its current projects. It will then be allowed to reveal a new game. This will provide a nice carrot and stick approach, encouraging Square to finish a game before eyeing the next one.
Rule number 2. For every title that Square Enix brings to a trade show like E3 or TGS that only consists of a vague cutscene-y trailer, Yoichi Wada must take a kick up the arse with a really pointy steel-toed boot aimed right on his hole.
Square Enix is more than welcome to roll up to a trade show with just a cinematic trailer or hazy collection of animated words. That's totally fine. However, for every game it brings to the show that consists solely of such a trailer, Yoichi Wada gets a boot right up his arsehole. Either Square Enix will learn to stop giving us sketchy videos with no substantial content for 5 years, or Yoichi Wada will never be able to sit on a hard surface again. Either result is fine, so long as Square Enix feels some sort of sting for making us watch variations of the same trailer over and over again with only half-hearted details in Famitsu to let us know what kind of contrived shit it's going to put in the next Final Fantasy to ruin it for everybody. It's really that simple. Either Square Enix has something useful to show us, or it can fuck right off. I'm tired of this practice of announcing half a dozen games, then having some pushed back because the dev team of one title has to help with the creation of another, just because Square, as I said, has eyes bigger than its belly and the restraint of a 3-year-old. Fucking calm down with the announcements, Square Enix, and make some damn video games. Are you okay?
Yet again, you see how I have fixed everything. Now we only hope that Square Enix watches this humble little video, realises the error of its ways, and thanks God for me. Hey.
Oh, hello there. You just caught me playing The Blocks Cometh on iOS. The hot new game that everybody's talking about. Why are they talking about it? Oh, it's because I'm in it, you dolt. Oh, yes. I'm going to show you in a minute. Oh, look. Isn't this good? Look, it is me. Look. On the thing. Can you see it or not? Oh, look, it's me doing all running about. Look. Oh, it's so good. You can buy it, it's 99 cents, and I've got my little red tie, and I'm throwing microphones like I did on a video once, and you can even kill me over and over again. Some of you would like that, so why not get it? Because I'm in it. Play a good game, and thank God for me! What up, brethren? Jim Sterling here, and this week I've been thinking that the Jimquisition hasn't been street enough, and as an icon of the black community that just won't do. So this goes out to all my homos and my good friends on the streets, smoking baked and dealing crack and getting all the bitches and doing all the money. Peace. One of the most enduring complaints you could ever hear from a hardcore gamer is that video games used to be a lot more challenging back in ye olde days. There's certainly a ring of truth to that, with any gamer in their average late 20s to early 30s able to recall a time without checkpoints, when one hit would cost you a life and Battletoads was considered a good game, not legal child abuse. I grew up with these games myself. Green Beret, Shinobi, Whizball, Dizzy, these were the games I played in my youth, and they were all pretty challenging in their own way. Fast forward to this generation, however, and it's Kirby's Epic Yarn that stands as one of my favourite games. A title with, on the surface, no challenge, where death is little more than a slap on the wrist, and even a drooling simpleton can beat the adventure through sheer attrition. This, of course, is the biggest complaint that hardcore gamers have with Epic Yarn. It's too easy. Is this the case, however? Is it really too easy to be enjoyed? Or has it rather altered the definition of difficulty beyond your mortal comprehension? In Kirby's Epic Yarn, you don't die. This is true. And if that's your only qualifier for what makes a game challenging, then yes, Epic Yarn has zero challenge whatsoever. However, the game can be far, far tougher if you allow it to be. See, Epic Yarn's challenge comes not in surviving a level as we've been brought up to expect, but in surviving it well. Base survival is a moot point. Clearing a level with a gold medal is the true test of the game. You can dawdle from A to B and clear a stage with a passing mark, but you'd be missing out on the real challenge. Finding and keeping hold of gems is the actual objective, and taking damage loses you a portion of your stash. The more damage you take, the less your score at the end, and the chances of getting a gold medal decreases. Even more challenging are the boss levels, which up the risk factor of getting hit and adds the extra challenge of a platinum medal. These can be pretty damn tricky, if you care about a different sort of difficulty. If you bend your mind to break free of your old school idea of what difficulty means, then the various traps and enemies in Kirby's Epic Yarn are far more dangerous. I actually found the game more tense than I would a traditional platformer, because getting hit wouldn't mean the loss of health or a life, but could translate into tangible and lasting failure at the end of the level. I wanted gold medals, and so I treated Kirby with even more care than I have done in any of his other games. This is because I went with this idea that death does not equal difficulty. The Undergarden is another of my top picks from recent times. It's a game in which a weird little sea creature floats around underwater, collecting seeds to make flowers bloom. Again, there's no traditional challenge to it. Your character is immune to death, and the only real difficulty is in covering 100% of the level in flowers and finding hidden items. To those hungry for death, this is a boring, casual affair. To those who go with the flow, however, it's just a different kind of difficulty. The challenge is in hunting down these items and exploring a level completely, rather than just skating from beginning to end. Getting full bloom in a level is harder than it looks, as is finding each stage's hidden crystal. The difference between the Undergarden's challenge and the challenges we grew up with, however, is that it's optional. The game doesn't make you jump through fiery hoops. It has a harder objective, but you can ignore it if you want. The same goes for Epic Yarn. These games can be damn tricky if you want them to be, but you have to want it. This is what makes these easy games, in a way, more difficult than the hardcore games of our youth. Changing your perception of what a game can offer is far more challenging than anything found in Mega Man or Ninja Gaiden. We've been conditioned through years of gaming to expect that difficulty only comes with defying death, so it takes no effort to write off something like Kirby's Epic Yarn or the Undergarden as too easy. Just because the game doesn't, and I'm going to say this, hold your hand and force you to face a great challenge, that doesn't mean it's easy. It's easy to play a game that throws a shit ton of enemies at you and call yourself hardcore. It's easy to get into something like Mega Man and have your challenge mapped out in front of you, spoon-fed with tiresome predictability. What's hard is to pick up a game like Kirby's Epic Yarn, see beyond its face value, and make a human effort to take on your own sense of challenge. Did I just call Kirby's Epic Yarn harder than Mega Man? Maybe I just did. And that's it for yet another week. I'd love to stop and chat, but I've got a lot of things to do today. And also, I need to have a poo. So, good week for you to be having it, and thank God for me, of course, Jim Sterling. But thank God, I really do need a poo. It's stinging. No, it is stinging. If you follow games for any length of time, you're sure to come across them. The anti-gamer lobby. The people that argue on Fox News or the Daily Mail that video games spread violence. The Christian right-wing lobbyists who want everything banned because it's not holy enough. Well, speaking as someone who knows all about holiness, I say this is wrong, but the way we're currently wanting to fight it isn't the right way of going about things at all. We try to be reasonable and mature, and I don't think that's working. Here's why.
When Fox News claimed that Mass Effect was Star Wars meets Debbie Does Dallas, they brought on a psychologist, Cooper Lawrence, and a bunch of pundits for a very one-sided debate about BioWare's game, a game they'd already decided was little more than glorified pornography because of one tepid sex scene. For balance, they brought on Jeff Keighley, who decided not to sink to their level, to ignore the stupidity of their comments and prove how adult gamers were. And it failed. Cooper talked over him, his points were laughed off, and he did nothing to fight back. While he admirably attempted to look more mature and reasonable than his opponents, he came across as limp and rather ineffectual, because of the people he were against, and the fact they were louder, more arrogant, and simply better than him at winning the argument. Not because they were right, but because they utterly steamrolled him. After the debate, gamers were incensed enough that they found Cooper's book on Amazon and did a little steamrolling of their own. They carpet-bombed her book with bad reviews. The usual litany of mature gamers argued that this just made us all look bad, but guess what? Cooper later released a statement admitting she was wrong, saying that Fox just showed her a few seconds of the game prior to shooting the debate, and that the sex in Mass Effect was no more risque than what you find on daytime TV. Not only did Lawrence pull a U-turn, she divulged some valuable insight into how Fox News gets its anti-game experts to espouse any opinion they need. And who gave us this insight? Was it Jeff Keighley, who attempted to use reason on the unreasonable? Was it Electronic Arts, who did absolutely nothing to fight back against a news network that had essentially committed slander? No. The immature gamers did it. The ones who sunk down to Cooper's level. The ones who, quote-unquote, justified what Fox thinks of gamers. And they actually helped expose Fox's report for the charlatanism that it was.
Cooper Lawrence had 442 user reviews after the Mass Effect scandal, and 386 of those were one-star negative reviews put across by so-called infantile gamers. If I may, I'd like to read just one or two. If she does have as much research as she does for her TV spots, you can expect a book full of complete lies at best. Take everything she writes with a huge grain of salt, or better yet, save your money. Trying to encourage sexual acts in a book made available to young children is unacceptable. There's a new study out of the University of Maryland that says this book sucks. It's to the point and it's nice and ironic. But of course, there's something kind of childish about it.
Childish, yes, but there's a reason why people like Jack Thompson are famous. He didn't go out of his way to look mature and grown up, because that's not what people listen to. People don't want to see an intelligent, reasonable debate on a news network. They want to see a slanging match, and they'll side with the one that shouts down the other. Right or wrong, doesn't matter. The winner is only the one who looks like he's right. This is why I disagree with those who say we should act mature and prove them wrong through inactivity. I refute those who say we shouldn't encourage the Amazon bombing of those who say Bulletstorm encourages rape, or we should be classy enough not to tell a right-wing Christian group that there's more genocide, sex, and dehumanizing immorality in the Bible than there is in Grand Theft Auto. Because this is America, and that's how you get your point across. Sad, but true. I think those who want to look mature and grown up are insecure. They still feel ashamed by this idea that games are just for kids, and they feel that if everybody acts straight-laced and serious, then games will finally be accepted as an art form. Who gives a fuck? You like video games, some people don't. Fuck them, and let them know they're stupid cunts if they start chatting ignorant shit about them. There is literally no harm in acting that way. I challenge you. What is the worst that will happen to the video game industry if we call a cunt a cunt? Acting like kids might not accomplish much, but there's a clear precedent that says acting like adults definitely won't.
The anti-game people get attention and audiences with their pathetic antics, and the game industry has attempted to act aloof and reserved, to its own detriment. There's no strong mainstream voice sticking up for games because the gamers are too busy trying to look smart and smug. Perhaps gaming needs its own Jack Thompson, someone to shout down the idiots for the delight of the masses. It's been proven that the anti-game set will continue to think of gamers as immature, violence-addicted man-children, no matter how intelligently we engage them. So there's actually nothing to lose by fighting back in the childish, most puerile way possible. It's the only real way to hold these people to account when they spout lies on TV and think they'll get away with it. Because if it was up to an ineffectual game industry and a spineless group of so-called mature gamers, they would get away with it. In the words of Cooper Lawrence herself, "Sorry kid, but I gotta go with the research. And if it's a choice between the infantile Amazon bombers or the grown-ups with the buried heads, I'm gonna go with the ones that get results." That's just the way I feel, and you probably feel very different. I'm talking to the escapist. You probably have the complete opposite opinion. Don't worry. One day, you'll be grown up enough to see that I was right about being childish, and you'll thank God for me while fiddling with yourself and chucking your shit against the wall. See you next week. Ladies and gentlemen, it's come to my attention that some people think that I, the Jim Sterling, am arrogant. Let me ask you, is it arrogant for a man to wear sunglasses indoors and a trench coat, stood in front of a shitty felt flag that he made himself, banging on a metal lectern and talking about video games as if people give a shit about his opinion? No. No. The 3DS recently had its price cut less than 6 months after launch in an unprecedented and drastic move. This appears to be a grim punchline in the sorry and sordid joke that is the 3DS's short history. Nintendo itself clearly thinks the 3DS is failing and that what's offered isn't enough for consumers, but the fans, naturally, disagree. Gamers around the internet are justifying the 3DS's faltering position by claiming that the DS didn't sell well when it first launched either. Like they're reading lines in a well-rehearsed script, these people trot out the same dreary argument whenever the 3DS's failures are mentioned. The DS didn't sell well at first and now it's really popular. Fucking idiots. Yeah, and of course because the Super Nintendo did well, so did the GameCube. Now, I'm not about to argue whether or not the 3DS will be considered historically as a flop or a success. I'm more just sick of the same flawed argument being thrown up by morons who can't contextualise. The 3DS might well succeed, but the DS as a measuring stick is bloody stupid because this is not the same market the DS appeared in, and I think gamers are going to have to really start accepting that, not just when talking about the 3DS, but talking about any company in future. The DS's success cannot be used to predict the 3DS's success because it launched in 2004, which, to put it in relative terms, was a long fucking time ago. It launched with very little competition. Common phones were not yet smart, tablets were not gaming devices, and the PSP was the PSP. Today, the market is very different, and it's fucking myopic and ignorant to bring up the DS when the game has completely changed since then. The 3DS has launched in a time where the iOS platform is growing as a gaming destination at an exponential rate, where tablets are being embraced by game developers, and where Sony is prepping to launch the PlayStation Vita for the same price the 3DS launched at. Nintendo is panicking, and its fans are too blinkered to understand why. This same logic applies to the launch lineup. You can argue that no console has ever had a strong launch lineup, like the trained seal you are, but no dedicated gaming console has launched during a period of such intense competition and an era where being a dedicated anything is fast becoming obsolete. The market of 2011 is not the market of 2004. Things have changed. Nintendo has refused to accept that. It ignores the need for a strong digital distribution platform, it mocks mobile developers, and it thinks it can still launch a games console with a lack of games. Wrong, wrong, fucking wrong. This age is not Nintendo's age anymore, and it needs to accept that or drown in the coming tide. So do you as gamers. This is an age where I can pick up my iPod, download several fun, high-quality games for free almost every day. But Nintendo wants to sell me fucking Xevious for $6. 7 years ago it might have gotten away with that, but not anymore. The 3DS may well become a success, but the DS's success is not the guarantee of that. Gamers have to start realising that past glories will not become future triumphs anymore. Recently, Sony stated that it is waiting for the PS Vita to get a strong launch library before it releases. That may be corporate bull, but the mere statement is a fact that Sony at least realises it can't just throw a console out there and wait for time to do the rest. Slow and steady does not win the race anymore, and this is why Nintendo has cost its shareholders money and Satoru Iwata sits on a 50% pay cut. Things have changed. And that's it for another week. It's time for I, the he who shall not be named of video gaming, to bid you adieu. Have a good week, and remember in all your endeavours to thank God for me. Okay, we've got a lot to get through this week, so I'm going to make it very quick and then get on with the show. Self-aggrandizing intro, tell everybody how great I am, thinly veiled, insecure pop at the escapist community, thank God for me. Okay, on with the show. Gamers love boycotts. That's certainly the stereotype that's becoming increasingly popular lately. Be it dedicated servers, always online DRM, or the simple announcement of a game's sequel, it would appear to the casual observer that gamers are ready to boycott at the drop of a hat. As such, most of us are becoming extremely desensitised, or outright raw at the idea of a video game-based boycott. Sadly, the current situation we're in now isn't helpful at all, both on the part of the rage-fueled boycotters and their dismissive opposites. There's no doubt that there have been some fucking stupid boycotts. The boycott of Left 4 Dead 2 over something so arbitrary as the fact that it was announced a year after the first game was totally absurd. It's also not helped by the fact that boycotters are notorious for talking big but buckling anyway, as evidenced by the amount of Modern Warfare 2 Steam boycotters who were found, days after release, playing Modern Warfare 2 like sad little fuck puppets. We get people bitching because Sonic's legs are too long, we get people bitching because Diablo 3 is too brightly coloured, we get people bitching because Fallout 3 wasn't exactly like Fallout. People whine about the silliest things, and have reduced the word boycott to a joke. Sadly, however, this has led to the rest of us becoming so sick of the word boycott that it's become associated almost exclusively with histrionic crybabies. So when a potentially important consumer issue occurs, nobody gives a shit anymore. Nobody in the gamer community at large wants to use the word boycott because if they do, it churns up all these negative connotations that now come with it. Important issues such as the unreasonable digital rights management we get, unfair treatment of developers, or mandatory codes and downloads that put publisher control ahead of consumer convenience find increasingly few people to rally against, because familiarity breeds contempt, and we've become far too familiar with gamers wanting to protest and complain. The trouble is, protesting and complaining are generally good things. Boycott is not a dirty word, and voting with your wallet, making an effort not to purchase a product because you disagree with the publisher's business practices, is not a bad thing to do. Fuck, I personally love some proper, impactful boycotts against things like single save file 3DS games, or Activision's decision to charge £5 extra for Call of Duty games in the UK just because it knows it'll get away with it. Boycotts can be powerful things in the right hands. They forced apologies and changed business practices for the better. Unfortunately, I can't see gamers doing it in this industry. The problem is balance. Humans tend toward extremism in many areas, and that's what we're seeing here. We've seen an extreme level of melodramatic boycotts from some people, and it's led to an extreme level of apathy from others. What this means is that silly boycotts like "don't buy Sonic 4 because the physics aren't proper" are overshadowing anything important. Of course, there's no objective way of telling what's important and what isn't. It's a personal thing, and I know I don't have the right to tell you that your Sonic protest is stupid, even though I think it really fucking is. So what I ask is for more restraint from those prone to boycott, and less restraint from those that aren't. Somewhere there's a middle ground, so I would like to ask something from each side. To those that boycott, please think long and hard before you utter that exact phrase. Think about whether or not there's a moral imperative for the gamer community to stand up against an obscene business practice or outrageous consumer rights violation. The word boycott is powerful, and it demands respect. It should be treated like a rocket launcher. A powerful weapon indeed, but one that shouldn't be grabbed until needed. If you're upset over something because, say, you don't like the visual design of Dante in the new Devil May Cry, well, that's a personal taste issue. It's not something to rally the troops over. By all means don't buy it, but don't expect the world to take you seriously and follow you into oblivion. To those that don't boycott, please don't dismiss any and all protests out of hand just because you're sick of them. Try to understand where gamers are coming from before you write it off as gamers being crybabies. Again, please try to treat the word boycott with respect. Don't let the internet do to that word what it's done to words like biased, troll, or even emo, where they've become so overused and abused that nobody takes them seriously anymore. I work with words every day. I love and cherish them, and I hate to see them devalued. Please don't turn boycott into a dirty word and treat it like it's an automatic joke. Finally, to all, if we ever do find a middle ground and if we ever do find something really worth boycotting, fucking stick to it. Don't be spineless bloody chumps who talk a big game but cower at the last second. If you're gonna boycott, then boycott. Otherwise, STFU and downgrade your distaste to simple complaining. Only use the B word when you truly mean it.
Oh, hello there. Sorry, didn't quite catch you. I've been busy playing Deus Ex Human Revolution, the hot new game by Square Enix. In fact, I've been so busy playing it all week that I didn't have time to do a Jimquisition this week. Sorry, I'm just going to keep playing this and you can all go hang. Of course, it would be much easier to efficiently play video games and handle the Jimquisition if I was augmented like old Adam Jensen here, but that's never going to happen. Maybe it will. Maybe it will. I'm just lost for this. Well, it turns out there were some things that man just wasn't meant to dabble in. So I guess I'll see you next week if I can tear myself away from this. Until then, I bid you adieu, and you can all thank Deus for me, which is Latin for God, so that is a very clever pun, isn't it?
Find yourself among a group of hardcore gamers and mention Angry Birds. Watch as their faces twist with derision and regret. Mention how Angry Birds is one of the most successful games of all time with millions of downloads around the world. And listen as they come up with such histrionic phrases as, "Oh, how I weep for humanity," because apparently Angry Birds is the greatest tragedy mankind has ever known. Wrong. Yeah, Angry Birds is everywhere, as evidenced by the fact that no cell phone commercial these days is complete without promises of the game's inclusion. But is that enough to hate the game? As far as I can tell, it apparently is. That's Angry Birds' biggest crime, being popular. It's Call of Duty syndrome all over again. Fact of the matter is, Angry Birds is a good game. It doesn't matter that it's quote-unquote casual. No, it's not very deep, but nor is fucking Pac-Man or Tetris, and I place Angry Birds right up there with those titles, now considered classics. Like Pac-Man, Angry Birds is a game designed perfectly for its time and its platform. It makes perfect use of the rise of touchscreens, wrapping up a simple game with an appealing aesthetic. The puzzles are well designed, the physics work perfectly, and its concept is absurdly amusing. It's a great game and it works. but people hate it because it's popular and it's not a convoluted console game. Apparently a game is only good if your mother can't understand it, and I'm sorry, but the fact that our mothers might enjoy Angry Birds doesn't make it shitty. So far, Angry Birds haters have only ever managed to make one real criticism about the game, based on more than just gut reaction. And that's with the accusation that it plagiarised from another physics game, Crush the Castle. To this I say, fuck off. This is the games industry, where ideas are adapted all the time. Crush the Castle was, itself, an adaptation of the artillery genre of games, a genre that goes back as far as 1976. It includes games like Scorched Earth and Worms, and it was modified for games like Crush the Castle and Clout. Angry Birds simply took it a step further, making it work fluidly on mobile devices and adding a great cartoon style that helped it resonate with the public. With Angry Birds, Rovio took an idea, made it better, then sold it on. That's something that's been done by almost every successful video game developer on the fucking planet. And once you take this contrived criticism away, the Angry Birds haters have nothing left to stand on. I've seen no real talk of the game's quality or why it's so bad. I've seen nobody back up their statements when they say Angry Birds' success is a tragedy. All I see is yet another popular game hated upon because it's popular. Rovio itself is a studio with an attitude, and it's made some haughty comments that wins it no favours. However, that doesn't mean it made a bad game. It did, in fact, make a very fine one. More importantly, it made a game that's no threat to you. Just because Angry Birds is popular, that doesn't mean every single game in the world will become an avian physics puzzler. If the success of the game scares you, you're an idiot. It's just a fun little game about birds hitting pigs. It's not the Holocaust. Rest assured that this episode wasn't made just because I found an Angry Birds shirt that fits me, and you've got to pick up a shirt that fits you when you're like me, regardless of what's on it. I did it because I actually do believe that Angry Birds is a very decent, fine, even great game, and people really shouldn't slag it off without knowing what the fuck they're talking about. So as usual, I've fixed all your problems and bid you adieu. Thanks for watching, and remember to always thank God for me. When PC gamers talk about PC gaming, one word invariably comes up in the discussion: graphics. In fact, graphics are associated with PC gaming so much, you'd be forgiven for thinking that that's the driving force of the whole thing. And a lot of gamers, particularly the console kiddies, don't want to join the glorious golden gods of PC gaming because they're afraid that their rigs are too weak to run the best that PC gaming has to offer. Wrong. The beautiful irony of PC gaming is that its best games aren't beautiful at all. In fact, some of the best PC game experiences out there could run on half an Xbox 360, let alone require a $1,000 rig in order to handle. Portal 2, a game running off an engine that's half a decade old, is one such example. It sold best on the PC, is considered as one of the finest experiences a computer can run, and yet it's built off old technology that's nowhere near as extravagant as some of the games you see consoles running. Then there's, say, Torchlight, an enthralling RPG that PC gamers utterly adore, and one can't even begin to claim that it requires a plutonium core in order to make work. Oh, and let's not forget Risetier, an item shop's tale. Look at it. Look at it. Do you see? Do you see? A lot of this was spurred by my recent obsession with a game called Divine Cybermancy. Like Portal 2, it runs off source, and is in fact a heavily redesigned Half-Life 2 mod. Again, just look at it. It's not exactly a pretty princess, right? Well, this is what I think about when I think about PC gaming. It takes Deus Ex's gameplay, then proceeds to fuck that gameplay in the eye socket while listening to Cameo's Word Up on repeat. This is a game in which you can hack doors, turrets, computers, and even players, but if you fail, the doors will hack you back. This is a game in which your character can become mad, paranoid, or too frightened to fire his gun, in which you can have 32-player co-op, which is totally broken, but have it anyway, just fucking have it! One of the monsters is a woman in a white cocktail dress with a massive machine gun, and they never explain why. They don't have to, they're French, they can do what they like. I is basically what Deus Ex would be if Eidos had spent its time licking toads and drinking Red Bull. And here's the real rub. It is, to me, what PC gaming is all about. Some would say it looks hideous, but its menu-driven gameplay, oddball nature, and demented cult following would never see it hit the 360 or PS3. From what I know, it's even sold quite well, which again you wouldn't see anywhere else but on PC. You look at the biggest cult hits on computers: Amnesia, The Dark Descent, Void, even Cthulhu Saves the World when compared to its Xbox Live indie version, and these are all games that are graphically unremarkable, yet wouldn't survive anywhere else but right here, on a computer rig you spent a ton of money on to get the latest, greatest graphics cards.
I've got a fairly powerful machine myself. It's been able to run everything that's come out this year so far, and I'm actually upgrading to play Battlefield 3 at full capacity, because I'm a game reviewer, and we need that shit. But the funny thing is most of the games I play on there, I was also playing on Windows 93. I play Doom more than anything else. On my massive fucking rig that can play The Witcher 2 at full spec, I'm always playing Doom. Good Old Games has all sorts of good old games, and that's another reason why PC gaming is awesome. You can play games from 1993 and not give a fuck.
I'm not saying, of course, that PC gaming isn't about the graphics sometimes. In fact, that's almost seeing a bit of a resurgence with games like Battlefield 3, Deus Ex Human Revolution, and The Witcher 2 being designed to maximise the glory juice from computers. However, I feel it's important that we recognise graphics are not the biggest strength of PC gaming, and that the PC's greatest titles can be played by almost anybody, not just those with high-end machines. Unless your computer runs off literal steam, then you should have no problem handling I or Amnesia. Don't let the graphics horse put you off. There's an amazing world of PC gaming out there that doesn't require you to spend $500 on a new upgrade every 2 months. In fact, the very best games on offer require little more than a moderately decent machine and a gamer with an open mind. I just thought that was ironic, that's all.
They say the pen is mightier than the sword, and, well, this is what I write with. So, until next week, I bid you adieu, and you must always remember to thank God for me. I'm in a fairly privileged position where I've managed to trick a bunch of idiots into respecting my opinion, and with that privilege comes responsibility. We've headed into September-geddon, where a whole bunch of games have swarmed out at once. I've just got done playing Crimson Alliance, Body Count, Hard Reset, Serious Sam Double D, Dead Island, and Warhammer 40,000 Space Marine all in the space of a week. And it's ridiculous. There are a lot of high-profile games coming out in the next 3 months, and while we can all talk about Saints Row the Third or Battlefield 3 or Skyrim, there's a whole bunch of less mainstream, more obscure games that are going to get totally under the radar and people aren't going to pay attention to them. Except, of course, for the Jimquisition, the man who looks after the little people because they can't look after themselves. I've listed a bunch of games that I think you should be paying more attention to, and you believe me because I'm Jim Sterling, your emotional and intellectual better. Seriously, let's have a look at some pretty interesting looking games that are coming out.
We have to win. I'm counting on you.
Have no fear.
First up, The Cursed Crusade.
With Calypso's the First Templar turning out to be a load of wank, it'd be nice to play at least one game where we get to be Christ's top-of-the-range orchestrated mass murderers and enjoy ourselves. It's been picked up by Atlas, which has an eye for decently unique games, and the gameplay itself looks deliciously savage. With co-op play featuring sword-swinging, blood-spraying violence, this is one to keep an eye on. Some have called it Dante's Inferno meets Army of Two, which might not sound good on the surface due to the reception of those prior titles, but it's at least a tantalising thought in concept. I'll be keeping my fingers crossed for this one, and you can grab it on October 11th.
Next, Aliens Infestation.
Aliens Infestation is a game I've had some hands-on time with already, and I am bloody stoked. I'm already a ridiculously hardcore Aliens fan as it is, to the point where I can't stop thinking about alien stuff, and the fact that I've actually enjoyed what I've played is a dream come true. I need only say one thing to truly hammer home what this game is. It's Metroid with xenomorphs. There are 19 Marines to collect, and if you let them get facehugged or leave them in a xenomest, they will die permanently. Add to that a story that really respects the Aliens' legacy, and this is a game I feel no fear in championing. It's out on September 30, and I expect you all to get it. Kirby Mass Attack. I like Kirby. 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 Oh, I like Kirby. Kirby's Mass Attack brings Kirby back home to the Nintendo DS and multiplies him by 10. 10 Kirbys. That's ridiculous, you idiot. Nintendo hasn't put much promotion in this one stateside because it's Nintendo, but given Kirby's history of quality portable titles, I'm pretty excited for it. Of course, I've got a natural affinity for pink round things that can't stop eating, but I think other people will dig it too. It's Kirby, people. This one's due September 19th. Serious Sam BFE. On the last Jimquisition, I featured footage from Serious Sam 3 BFE and failed to note what the game was. Quite a few viewers were interested in it, and I'm really excited for its release, so let me tell you that if you want brainless, instantly gratifying violence, Serious Sam 3 is going to deliver. I've played quite a bit of the game's preview build which, while unfinished, was still loads of murderous fun. New to the series are zoomy assault rifles and grotesque finishing moves for every enemy, but make no mistake, it's still basically the same wave-based carnival of carnage that fans expect. In fact, it's exactly what fans of the series will want, and as a fan of the series, I bloody want it. Serious Sam 3 BFE is slated for October 18th. Civilation. That is a silly name. Civilation has a vague Q4 2011 release date, and of all my picks, it's the most likely to get pushed back. Nevertheless, I'm quite stoked for it because it intrigues me so much. Half stealth, half third-person shooter, it's Civilization's story about a theocratic Judeo-Christian New World Order that really gets my juicy juices flowing. As a British atheist living in Mississippi, yeah, I know. I'm surrounded by a fair few real and very scary theocrats who would love to see their religious beliefs cemented into national law. It's a chilling thought, and a game that potentially explores such ideas really resonates with me. Publisher Topware is insisting that the game is no criticism of any religious belief system, but nevertheless it looks set to have some very cool and challenging ideas to present. I really, really hope it reaches the narrative heights it sets out to make, and I'll be rooting for it all the way. Hard reset. Finally, we have a game I'm playing for review on Destructoid right now. Hard Reset. It's Painkiller with robots, and it's as awesome as that sounds. A bunch of former Bulletstorm and Witcher 2 developers clubbed together to create a game about electrocuting, exploding, and shredding robots until they're tattered scrap on the floor. Oh, and it's a pretty damn tough game too, with brutally vicious, aggressive bots coming at you from all angles, and some really huge boss fights. A PC exclusive, Hard Reset is exactly the type of unique, enthralling computer experience I talked about on last week's show. So yeah, if you've got a PC, get it. It's good, and it's out on Steam September 13th. Yes, that's this week. So go ask your mum for some pocket money, or steal from her purse, or do whatever. Just do it. Video games, guys. And that's it. Once again, it is time for me, the Indiana Jones of gaming, to bid you adieu and wish you safe travels. So, see you next week, and do not forget, even above remembering these awesome games, please remember to thank God for me. Few subjects matter more to me than the subject of used games. And it's a passion of mine that's only intensified as publishers have started to embrace the online pass scheme, where if you buy a game used, you've got to pay the publisher an extra $10, otherwise you're not allowed to play their games online. Now, I have a big problem with this, and I've ranted about it many times around the internet. And while there are some people that agree with me, there's a growing contingency of people who have gotten used to the idea now asking me, "Well, what's the big problem, Jim?" I'll tell you what the big fucking problem is. In fact, I've got 3 very good reasons as part of what's going to be a mini-series on the subject of used games in general. So this week I'm going to tell you all why online passes are bad for everybody. Point 1, A potential future where online passes threaten the value of trade-ins directly threatens everybody, publishers included. Online passes inherently devalue used games because they add an extra $10 to the asking price. Now, the potential result of this is that, eventually, customers will start to realise that and be unwilling to pay the current price for used titles, which will in turn cause retailers to lower prices and then pay even less for traded-in games. Now, the problem this represents is that there's a huge amount of gamers out there who rely on trade-in credit to buy not just used, but new games. Let's face facts, at $60 a pop, games are expensive. If there are two games coming out on the same day that somebody wants, that's $120. Is it any wonder that so many gamers want to wait for bargain bins and used copies? Yet publishers want to make it even harder for those types of people to buy games. Trade-in credit is a godsend for those who aren't wealthy enough to spend obscene amounts of money on luxuries, i.e., most bloody people. When I was a poorer man, store credit was my most precious currency. I'd trade in the games I no longer played, and immediately turn my rewards into purchases of brand new ones. By introducing online passes, publishers threaten a system that directly benefits them. If THQ or EA got its wish and used games disappeared overnight, this industry would be worse off. I guarantee it. Also, let's not forget the potential long-term benefits that used games can have on a series. Real-Time Worlds loves to complain about used games, claiming that second-hand copies of Crackdown were sold to an overwhelming degree. Fast forward to Crackdown 2, and it's a chart-topping success. Now, I know that was developed by a different bunch of people, but they were too busy making APB, which, let's face it, was far better for them. But anyway, the point is, sequels often sell better than their originals, and I'm willing to bet real money that used games have a big part in that. Think about it. If a gamer buys a cheap game used and absolutely loves it, chances are good he'll want to pay full price for the sequel as soon as it comes out. I've been there. I've done this. Used games represent cheap ways of trying untested products, and if the product is good, the consumer's trust will bloom. Yes, this is a long-term investment on the part of the publisher, and most of them only care about immediate, short-term gains, but I believe it's something to think about. Point number 2, online gaming is already complicated, and we're going to let people who don't know their asses from their elbows complicate it even more. The PS3 version of Dirt 3 simply had no online capability for the first several weeks of its launch. Not because the functionality wasn't there, but because its online pass couldn't be redeemed. The game was released while the PlayStation Store was still down due to that infamous hack attack, and as such, there was no way for gamers to redeem their passes and get online. The online modes were there was just no access. Similarly, Fear 3's PS3 version didn't even have online passes available for purchase, meaning that used gamers were locked out completely from the start with no way of getting in. Warner Bros. Eventually resolved the issue, but the message to take away is simple. Online passes simply add more problems to the already problematic realm of online gaming. Some publishers just don't have their shit together and still want to dabble in extra money grubbing, and when that system goes wrong, it can inconvenience everybody. Point number 3, whether you buy used or new, online passes waste your time, and just any slight moment of a customer's time wasted is bad form. Oh, remember when you could just put a game into a console and bloody play it? I want those days back, and things like online passes directly get in the way of such a world. As a new, paying customer, I hate that barrier being put in front of me, where I can't just hop into an online game on a whim instead of having to redeem a fucking 21-digit redemption code on a fucking controller using the Xbox 360's fucking laggy input just to play Dead fucking Space fucking 2's fucking multiplayer that wasn't even fucking any fucking good in the fucking first fucking place. Fuck. Some of you might be asking what the big deal is there, and to you, I say you're a spinelessly complacent fool who should stand up for himself. In a world of instantly streaming movies and mobile phones that deliver us information instantaneously, there is no reason for games to be holding shit back from us without forcing us to waste our time first. Even a second of a gamer's time disrespected is unacceptable, and that's what online passes represent to me. Whether you bought the game brand new or not, you're being asked to waste your time in putting bullshit codes in, and that's nothing more than complete disrespect. I have one life, and I don't believe in everlasting plenty once it's done. You waste just a moment of my time, and you're actively taking away from the one life I have. Stealing life is basically murder, or at the very least makes you as bad as Imhotep from The Mummy. So fuck you, Imhotep, and fuck you, anybody who thinks that stealing eyes from people just because a pharaoh made bugs eat you 2,000 years ago is okay. Oh, I'm sorry, did somebody make bugs eat you? Did somebody get eaten by bugs? It's not okay! Wait, what were we talking about? Oh, right, yeah. Look, the point is, if you're a publisher and I gave you mother-shitting $60 and you're going to make me prove myself to you before you let me play the game I just paid for, how fucking dare you? I don't know, but the subject of online passes just makes me so angry, and it makes me wanna do something about it, you know? You know what I'm saying? And I don't want that responsibility to be on me, so maybe next time don't complain that I'm whining about used games just because I happen to give a shit about consumer issues. Stand up for something and fucking let publishers know that shitty ideas like online passes that harm everybody is a bad idea. And you shouldn't stand for it. You should have more self-respect than that. Otherwise, I don't know what I'm going to do. Anyway, tune in next week where I've got some more stuff to talk about vis-a-vis used games and their place in the industry. But while you're waiting for that, do remember always to thank God for me. Last week was the first part of a mini trilogy of episodes detailing used games and their place in the industry. Last week we talked about online passes and why publishers were dickheads for doing them, and this week we're going to talk about used games themselves and why they're not the devil. Used games have a right to exist, and the Jimquisition is going to explain it to all of you, yes, even those of you at the back of the class who somehow think they're wrong. So let's tackle this idea that used games are as bad as, if not worse than, piracy. What a crock of shit. Piracy takes one game either leaked or purchased, then copies it many thousands of times. Every used game sitting in a store represents a brand new sale each. Here's the crucial difference between piracy and used games. A pirated game doesn't need to be sold at all in order to be copied and propagated a million times over. For a used game to exist in a store, it had to have been sold brand new at some point. One could argue that a used game can be sold multiple times with no profit going to the publisher, and that's true, but are we really going to pretend that a used game can copy itself thousands of times in the space of a few minutes? Because piracy can do that, used sales cannot. Now, setting aside the obvious fact that used games are legal, it's worth mentioning that they operate within the same capitalist system that directly benefits publishers in a way that base theft does not. You see, the likes of EA, THQ and Ubisoft have benefited immensely from a Western business system that grants them a huge amount of rights without an equal amount of responsibilities. Operating within the glorious capitalist machine, EA has been able to buy and destroy companies, gain exclusive rights to sports licenses and monopolise the market, and generally make billions of dollars for its executives at the expense of the jobs and hard work of others. Compared to that, what GameStop does with its focus on second-hand games isn't that bad at all. It's simply exploiting the same free and open system that EA and its ilk have exploited for years. By complaining about used games, publishers are very much whining about having their proverbial cake and wanting to eat it too. They want the positive side of capitalism, but cry like little bitches when the negative comes to bite them in the arse. You see, once they sell a product, publishers ought to have waived their right to dictate what happens next. Their argument for online passes, discussed in the last video, is that they don't want to keep online servers running for people that didn't give them any money. But that argument is pathetic. The time on those servers were paid for by the original customer who bought it new. They then sold their online time to somebody else. It's not like the original customer is still online. They bought one space on that online server. It's still being used by a person. As much as publishers would love to think otherwise, when you sell a physical product, that product is no longer yours. It belongs to the person who bought it, and they can do with it whatever they like. They can sell it, they can trade it in, they can toss it in a river and run away if they want to. It is theirs. Companies love the idea of buying the right to play a game, buying licenses instead of owning products. Okay, fair enough. But the people still own their licenses, and after they bought it at a fair, agreed-upon price, they can sell it to someone else if they want. It's like somebody who still has an hour on a parking lot ticket and gives it to another driver. Did that second driver steal the ticket? No, the time was bought and paid for and just transferred to someone else. Video games are an indefinite parking lot ticket, with time constantly on the meter, and they can give it away, sell it, or swap it if they please. But what truly pisses me off is that we live in an age where downloadable content is developed alongside the main game, and often released on the same day. Be they $10 map packs or a litany of costumes and weapon skins, publishers can make fat bank on top of their $60 sale right on launch day, and yet they complain that they need a $10 cut of a used sale to keep the game running. Am I the only one who sees the fucking nerve of selling $10 of cut content as DLC and then complaining that you need more money? Where is the money from this digital shit going, if not towards server costs and online maintenance? Why do they need to extend their reach to products they shouldn't even have any further right to, when they can sell fucking new suits of armour for Isaac in Dead Space on a whim? I thought DLC was their way to keep people from trading in games and making some extra scratch. Again, the having cake and eating it analogy is perfect here. Online passes and on-disc DLC that they get to charge extra for? Talk about the perfect fucking crime. Finally, I'll leave you with this. If I bought a game and I thought it was shit, what am I supposed to do with it? Give it back to the publisher? Throw it away, having wasted $60 plus taxes? No, apparently I need to keep it forever. That's what they want, and I don't believe that is reasonable. In their mind, anybody not buying brand new is a thief and a leech, so morally I'm not supposed to lend my games to friends or rent them from libraries. Hell, it's not like we can even gamefly online games anymore if their online portions are going to be useless to us. That's another avenue ruined for customers that can't drop $60 on every game in existence. What a crock. And how sad that people swallow it. Used games are pretty much the only recourse burn consumers have anymore. Refunds are getting hard to come by, especially as digital games threaten to take hold and nix them entirely. It's not like the publisher will make it up to you if you bought their product and wasn't satisfied. About the only means of getting something back from a bad purchase is the used game market. It's our only strength, our only advantage as customers. It's all we have. And I'm saddened when gamers join publishers in attacking it. Because you're only hurting yourself. You're taking away your one avenue to make up for a shit game, or buy a product at a lessened investment risk. Publishers don't like it, no, but they don't have enough rights already, and they don't make enough money already? Really? It's grotesque that they won't let us, as customers, have one thing that they don't control.
I think you'll agree that was a speech stirring enough to jostle even the cold, dead heart of John Riccatello. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm off to trade in Frogger 3D because it's a fucking load of chimpanzee spunk. And I can do that because right now I still have the right, because God bless America and God bless me.
Ladies and gentlemen, this week it gives me no pleasure to share with you some tragic news. It turns out that the likes of EA, THQ, Ubisoft, Sony have lost at least $1 million each thanks to used sales. Thousands and thousands of executives who cannot afford modern conveniences like gold-plated foreskins and 1,000 dogs. They will not be able to afford these things, at least for another 2 weeks. Luckily, I've learned the error of my ways in trying to combat this new battle against used sales and have learned my lesson. So, for the final time in this 3-part episode, I give you the solution to used games, because this is a problem that needs to be combated.
So my feelings about online passes have been made abundantly clear, but I'm not against passcodes in their entirety. To use a recent example, Rage introduced what I call an offline pass. In Rage's world, there are a number of small, vault-like areas that are locked up. There's a handful of them and they provide no real game-changing content, they're just cool little extra areas that can be easily missed and ignored. However, if you bought the game new, you get them as an extra bonus. That, right there, is what I want to see more of from publishers. It's very easy to hand out punishments to used gamers, but companies seem revolted by the idea of rewarding the new ones. That, to me, is how you fight used sales, and that's pretty much the solution I present. It takes very little effort at all to produce some very minor content as a bonus. An online pass simply takes stuff away. It provides no extra incentive to a new customer. I mean, what reason have you given them to buy the game and keep it? In fact, it detracts from a new customer's experience because they're forced to input a code if they want to access half a game. An offline pass like Rage's is the answer. A customer can input such a code at their convenience, and they feel rewarded for doing so. Even if the effect is purely psychological, giving them an extra treat like that makes them feel unique, whether it's unique or not, and actively encourages a new sale. It makes the consumer glad they bought it fresh for $60, rather than regretting their purchase because they just inputted a 25-digit code on demand like a trained seal to access Dead Space 2's shitty horrible multiplayer. Why I oughta. So long as this is done in an unintrusive way that doesn't mean used gamers get actively shafted, I think offline passes are a decent idea. Similarly, I'm a fan of pre-order bonuses. Now, I'm not a fan of every single damn retailer needing its own unique pre-order bonuses, but I do support the general concept. Offering someone unique multiplayer skins or extra weapons in exchange for their loyalty, well, that's a good thing. A customer showed faith in a game, and the game thanked them for it. It makes a consumer feel valued and appreciated, which is something so very rare these days. Again, it's less a case of taking something away from a used consumer, and more a case of giving something back to those early adopters. Having to input a code for a multiplayer mode that's been hidden behind a wall feels galling, because I fucking already paid for that mode, and I want to access it without a hassle. However, I'll gladly put in a code at my own leisure if I feel I'm getting something on top of what I purchased, even if it's just golden Gears of War guns or a xenomorph with 6 tattooed on its head. It's also not a bad thing to encourage customers to keep their games. Aside from companies like Namco Bandai abusing the system with disc-based unlocks and in-game level-ups for RPGs, I've actually always been a big fan of downloadable content. I think the key is to offer a mix of both paid and free downloads in order to keep fans invested in a game. There are a lot of gamers out there who will trade in anything once they're done with it, but letting fans know they've got more to look forward to isn't bad. If Valve can keep providing free campaigns in Left 4 Dead or new hats in Team Fortress 2, I think the likes of THQ and EA can manage it. Ultimately though, and I hate to be an obvious dick, but there's one ultimate way of fighting used games, and that's stop charging $60 for shit. A good game shouldn't need anything in order to sell new and stay on a customer's shelf.
I have single-player games that didn't have DLC or pre-order goodies with them, and they're still with me, because they were so damn good I want to be buried with them. There are games out there with pre-order bonuses, launch day DLC, and they still have the sheer collitting gall to include an online pass. And 6 months later, they'll still whine about how used sales are cheating them out of another $1 million in royalties. Well, to those people, I offer a simple resolution. Shut the fuck up and fucking fuck off, because you failed. You failed to compete in a competitive market in a totally legal way. Either charge less for your games in future, or make your games worth $60, because if you included all that extra shit and people still didn't think your game was worth paying for, I have no interest in your plight.
And there we go. That was episode 3 of 3 in my little mini-series on used games and their place in the industry. Hope you enjoyed them and that you'll be back next week, and that you always, in all your endeavours, remember, thank God for me. Chin chin. Ladies and gentlemen, this week was supposed to be the last ever episode of the Jimquisition, but then something strange happened. The show became popular, and with popularity comes freedom, which means I now have the freedom to start expressing some really fucked up opinions. Starting this week, why Dynasty Warriors is the Citizen Kane of gaming.
I like Dynasty Warriors. I have done ever since Dynasty Warriors 3. I find it cathartic to just run around a battlefield, mindlessly hacking and slashing at helpless enemy soldiers before taking out opposing generals, capturing bases, and generally dominating a battlefield. I love it to bits, but unfortunately that doesn't sit well with some people. In fact, many have tried to invalidate my opinions by using Dynasty Warriors as a straw man. Oh, Jim likes Dynasty Warriors. Nothing he says about games is ever valid. I'm such an idiot. Well, to them, I say, fuck off, because Dynasty Warriors is good, and I'm going to tell you why I like it. To me, Dynasty Warriors is an evolution of the old school beat-em-up. I quite happily compare it to the likes of Final Fight and Streets of Rage, or perhaps most importantly, Golden Axe. Like Golden Axe, Dynasty Warriors' focus is purely on combat, with simple button-mashing controls allowing one to rush into the fight. There are rudimentary combos to keep it spicy, but nothing like a fighting game's 250-button finger dancing. I find it weird how people still talk about games like Golden Axe and Streets of Rage as classics, yet smugly look down on a game that carries the very spirit of those games in its heart. And that's what Dynasty Warriors is at its core. An old school arcade beat 'em up, but with a leveling system, all sorts of loot to get, and most importantly, a fucking block button. You don't have that in Streets of Rage, so... People also criticise Dynasty Warriors because you just mash one button to win. Now that's not actually true, but once again we expose the hypocrisy of the gamer hive mind, because if it was true, we'd have to level the same criticism at Contra, or R-Type, or in fact any shoot 'em up, because their control scheme consists of button mashing as well. You can try and argue about the intricacies of a shoot 'em up's button mashing, but I can do the same with Dynasty Warriors and you wouldn't know what I was talking about. I can talk about tactical battlefield capturing, character swaps, X-weapons, defense bases, and all sorts of deeper things that lie under Dynasty Warriors' simple surface, but nobody cares, because they just see a button masher. Well, in that case, I choose to just see a button masher in Super Mario Bros., and have therefore decided that Super Mario Bros. Is shit. What? You just press a button to jump on stuff. How crap. Logic. And let's not forget the real reason to like Dynasty Warriors, the pure, unfettered campness of it all. With wailing guitars, gaudily dressed man-girls, and a character who is basically Vega with all sexual ambiguity stripped violently away.
Watch and bear witness! My grace and beauty shall be engraved in the memories of all who oppose us!
There's no denying that the game is a ludicrous laugh riot. And who could say no to some of the best voice acting in video games?
Great King! Flee!
In all seriousness, I don't really care if people hate the series, but I think many people just don't give it a chance and hate it because it's the done thing. Given the number of factual errors in GameStop and IGN reviews of the series, they've stopped even playing them and just criticised them as a matter of course. Koei does have to shoulder some of that blame though, because I will admit that releasing 10 billion Warriors games a year isn't very cool, but simply dismissing the series out of hand is as shallow and thoughtless as the games themselves are accused of being. But yeah, I do love Dynasty Warriors, and I wanted to defend it a little and pay tribute. It's the video game equivalent of a stress ball. It takes very little thought, but can really relieve some tension as it works out one's violent tendencies. Turning off the brain, grabbing a stupidly oversized weapon, and pounding the ever-loving shit out of hundreds of medieval Chinese soldiers is a cathartic experience, and that's something I think is important. Yes, games can be deeper, more technically proficient, and more narratively impacting, but sometimes I just want to murder shit and let off some steam while not having to think about it in the least. No game series provides such a fine service in that department.
You know, it's funny. For the past 24 weeks, I've seen comments from people saying, "Oh, but Extra Credits covered this topic," or "Oh, Yahtzee said it before you did." Well, I don't think any of them have ever said that Dynasty Warriors is the Citizen Kane of gaming. Have they? Have they? No, I don't think they have. So I won this round. I won. Thank God for me. And I will see you next week. So Steve Jobs died recently, and that was a very real shame. And various video game blogs around the internet posted about his death and various Jobs-related things following, such as the recent movie deal about his life and the associated autobiography. And there were a lot of comments following, a lot of them just talking about Jobs in general, but a number of people saying, "This isn't video game related, why are you talking about Steve Jobs?" And this echoes something that's been said about Apple a lot over the past few years. Why are you doing so many stories about iOS? Why are you talking about the iPad? Why are you talking about the iPhone 4S? None of this is related to games. Wrong.
I'm a big supporter of mobile gaming. While I don't think it's the sole future of gaming, I think it's a growing part of that future, and Apple is a driving force behind all this. To me, Apple has become just as legitimate a gaming-related company as Nintendo, Sony and Microsoft, and while there are plenty of gamers that resist that, they're wrong. Recently, Apple boasted that the iPod Touch was the most popular handheld gaming device in the world, and I'm not inclined toward disbelief. Speaking purely from personal experience, I can tell you that I use my iPod Touch more for gaming than I do anything else, and I use my iPod Touch more than my 3DS and PSP combined. The fact that so many games are cheap, regularly get offered for free, and can be of surprisingly high quality ensures it stays in my pocket a lot longer than dedicated gaming consoles with their admittedly beefier experiences that are inarguably rarer in number and far more expensive. People argue that iOS games aren't real games, they're time wasters. I find such accusations to be wholly ignorant and stupid. Is Pac-Man not a real game to you? What about Galaga, or Donkey Kong, or a whole host of games we now consider classic icons that are about as complex as the average iPhone game? You get something like Angry Birds or Cut the Rope, and you've got entertaining puzzle experiences no less worthy of your time than these old arcade greats, and might even be deeper. It's hypocrisy of the highest order, sir, to exclude a bunch of software and deem them fake video games just because you don't respect the platform they're on. But iOS is a platform that deserves respect. Infinity Blade is but one game that demonstrated the power an iDevice title can have. It looks gorgeous, it features intuitive gameplay designed perfectly for the system, it's packed with content, and it's damn popular. Like it or not, iOS games are here to stay, and there's going to be a lot more where Infinity Blade came from, as evidenced by the fact that you can see Infinity Blade shirts at Hot Topic. Rather than pour scorn and derision on iOS as a gaming platform, we should embrace it. It's an exciting realm full of new business ideas that make the prehistoric activities of Nintendo, Sony and Microsoft look pathetic in comparison. Offering solid experiences for less than $5 is something major publishers are struggling to wrap their heads around, but it's a system that is working. We've seen major publishers failing to compete with indie games such as Doodle Jump, and I find that beautifully refreshing. And there is some really clever stuff being done with the interface. The limited touchscreen controls force devs to find some unique ways of exploiting new gameplay. And there are even companies like Gameloft bravely attempting to put full-fledged console experiences on there, impressively putting full button and D-pad controls using only the screen, and some of it even works. There is some really ingenious stuff happening on iOS, if you pay attention. To me, this mixture of new business models with cheap and free games, a healthy dose of indie ingenuity, and surprisingly deep and robust experiences is what makes iOS just as valid a gaming platform as the 360 or PS3. And this, gentlemen, is why Steve Jobs is an important figure in gaming. I won't be mawkish and claim to be weeping over his death. I didn't know the guy. But I respect what he brought to games. Yes, Apple has problems with proprietary and there are some issues with iTunes' barely policed marketplace, but I think mobile gaming, especially Apple's contribution, has done more good than harm. Like it or not, mobile gaming is growing, and Apple will be a major competitor in future. You best get used to it, and you best accept that Steve Jobs and Apple are video game related, now and forever. It's as simple as that. And I think Steve Jobs, if he were alive today, would say, "Yes, Jim, that's a very good point. Thank you." And maybe Apple would like to give you a couple of iPad 2s. I'm not saying that Apple should give me an iPad 2, maybe 5 of them for a test of it, but maybe they would like to. But if not, at the very least, they and all of you should remember to thank God for me. Give me an iPad too. Play Infinity Blade 2 on it. For many people, the holiday season doesn't begin until December, but those people are blasphemers! Of course, for the true believers, the holiday season starts right here, right now. Ow! National Kirby Day. I'm celebrating. I've got my Kirby helmet, my Kirby decorations, my Kirby on a stick. His mouth fell off. See? I'm celebrating, why aren't you? Of course, you're ignorant and pedantic. The Jimquisition will tell you why you should be celebrating National Kirby Day. Yes, I have made today a national holiday, and it is National Kirby Day. Coinciding with the release of Kirby's Return to Dreamland today, which I played until I literally vomited rainbows from my arse, this is a day to pay tribute to the pink puffball and everything he has done for gaming. I've been obsessed with Kirby for some time, and it's not just because I am pink and round and eat lots of stuff as well. To me, Kirby's selection of titles represent some of the most perfect game experiences on the planet. They are simple platformers, accused by many of being too easy, but they're so pure in their commitment to honest fun that when I think about video games, Kirby has to be in the vanguard of my mind. First of all, we have the perfect storm of bright visuals, adorable character designs, and charming music. Kirby is a series that makes me smile from the moment I start playing to the moment I stop. Even the enemies are cute and cuddly, and look at Meta Knight, just look at him, I wrap him all up. As far as the games being easy, I addressed this in a previous Jimquisition about difficulty, but there's a special kind of challenge I call Kirby difficulty. Players of any skill level can simply beat the majority of Kirby games without getting too stumped, making it incredibly accessible. However, if you want a deeper challenge, there are always craftily hidden secret items to get and unlockables to find, some of which make for damn tricky gaming. There are many games out there that are uniformly easy or uniformly difficult, and while tough games can be fun, few games have such a masterful balance between being welcoming for all players while providing something for more seasoned gamers. We live in an age where games try to be so complicated, be it from a technical or narrative standpoint. We have photorealistic shooters like Battlefield 3 trying to replicate life as much as possible, and we have LA Noire with its gritty storylines. To me, it's a beautiful respite to have a game like Kirby that's simple and wholesome even by Nintendo standards. Everybody knows what they're getting with Kirby. It's not going to piss you off with hardcore challenges, it's not going to overload your eyes with intense graphics, and it's not going to bog you down with its desire to be viewed as interactive art. It's just a pink ball that eats stuff and floats about a bit, and that kind of elegant simplicity is something we need in video games. But of course, there's a dark side, and we can't ignore it. Under the cute and squishy surface, there's a maddeningly eldritch thing going on with the Kirby series, and to appreciate the beauty of the games, one must also be bold enough to confront the cosmic horrors of Hal's little pink monstrosity. First of all, everything in the Kirby series is Jason Voorhees. Think about it. He's a murderous creature, is Kirby, single-mindedly destroying countless victims, many of whom pose no threat to anybody, and he does it all with a naive and childlike mentality. Also, just like Jason, Kirby starts off quite mortal, but keeps seemingly returning from the dead until Kirby's epic yarn, when he becomes invincible. That's what happened in Jason Lives Friday the 13th Part 6, when he came back from the dead as an unkillable zombie, probably made of string as well. And Kirby's copy abilities, well, they're ripped straight from Jason Goes to Hell the Final Friday. In that movie, a coroner eats Jason's heart and gains his power, continuing the killer's murderous rampage by carrying his spirit inside his body. That is what happens in Kirby! Kirby eats people, and just like the coroner in Jason Goes to Hell the Final Friday, he gains powers and uses them to do killing all up in Dreamland. They both have heads like big potatoes and all. Kirby's Mass Attack is no better. In this game, Kirby is split into 10 little Kirbys, and you kill enemies by sending them in unison to pummel a creature to death. Have you ever seen army ants swarming over a larger insect, biting it to pieces and dissecting it while it's alive? I have. And it's the most horrifying thing in the world. Kirby does that. He does that in Mass Attack. Imagine it, just imagine it. 10 little Kirbys swarming all over you, scratching and biting and going meow meow, meow meow, and they start to push your eyes in and crawl in your mouth and they're under your skin. Oh god, they're under your skin and you can feel them wriggling about in there. Then there's Epic Yarn, where he's unravelling string creatures, pulling them apart at the seams, often from bottom to top, so they feel every inch of their corporeal form shredding before their very eyes. And don't get me started on Dreamland 3. The big eye! The big bleeding eye that radiates pain from 1,000 cuts! Oh god! Oh no! And that is why Kirby is one of the greatest series of all time. Because to be so utterly fucking nightmarish, and yet so amazingly adorable and cute and endearing, well, no other game has ever managed that, sir. That's quite good. It's a bit rich. On this week's edition of Jimquisition, we're going to talk about horror games and ugliness, or to be more pertinent, why ugly is the true secret of horror. And we're going to do this because it's the Halloween special! Ooh, ooh, leave it! Ooh, sweet anus of Christ. The scariest game ever made is Friday the 13th on the Commodore 64 and similar gaming computers. In this game, you have to get Crystal Lake kids to a safe house before Jason can kill them. In a great bit of artistic license, Jason's in disguise as one of the kids, so you never know where he is. Now this is all well and good, but what truly makes it terrifying is that when one of the kids are killed, there's a digitised scream and a highly detailed, for the time, image of a machete going into a head, or human skulls or some shit. It's absolutely frigging horrific, and I'll tell you what makes it scariest. The fact that the production values are so low, it looks slightly shit, and slightly shit is what really sells horror. This is true for movies as well as games. To me, horror films are scarier when they're indie flicks or old movies from the 80s. Compare, say, the Japanese Ringu to the Hollywood remake. The low budget of Ringu means things look slightly more real, less polished, grittier, scarier. Hollywood films with their high production values and glossy celebrities, they make movies that are too beautiful, and beautiful isn't scary. Ugly is scary. That's why a stop-motion Terminator is always going to be more creepy than an animatronic or CGI one. The jerky movements of stop-motion are distinctly inhuman, more alien, harder to associate with. The kind of movements we can't replicate with our own bodies and thus cannot identify with. That makes it far more terrifying. The big-budget CGI movies of today struggle to scare because they look too good. They're too cool and too pretty. Horror is ugly, it's alienating. It's ultimately bad looking. When I think of some of the scariest games in history, I'm hard-pressed to name anything from this generation. Yes, Dead Space and Resident Evil are panic-inducing affairs and can nail those temporary jump scares, but they're still too gorgeous and too cool-looking to generate real, palpable, lasting fear. For those, you have to go back. You have to look at games like Clock Tower. You have to look at Silent Hill 2. You have to look at the first Resident Evil. Now, the first Resident Evil is scary. Yes, it's got hilariously awful voice acting and the graphics look like shit, but that's what makes it work so well. You compare its B-movie schlock to the recent Resident Evils, where everything sounds ripped from an anime, and I know which one I find creepier. That moment near the beginning of Resident Evil, the first zombie that turns its head. By today's standards, it looks graphically garbage, but it's still so unbelievably unnerving. As graphics improve, our zombies get more detailed, they look more badass, but they're nowhere near as psychologically spooky as those early, minimalistic zombies of Resi Evil. The ones that are harder to identify as warm and squishy humans. That's all about human instinct. We evolved to identify with our own, and treat everything else as a potential threat. We aren't so scared by anything we find visually appealing, and that's where modern horror games fall flat. They're visually appealing. Dead Space is a beautiful game, and it's hard to be scared by games that look beautiful. Like I said, ugly is where horror lives. Ugly is what we as humans are afraid of. Now, Dead Space is one of my favourite games, and I adore it, and I love its jump scares, but it doesn't fill me with fright. The closest game to providing true horror this generation has undoubtedly been Amnesia: The Dark Descent, and surprise surprise, it's not a big budget AAA title. It's a humble little PC game with graphics that, well, aren't all that impressive. The low budget is what adds to the realism, the believability, that ugliness that is so important to horror. Not to mention, when you can't rely on pretty visuals to create your environments, you have to make a lot better use of shadows and create a truly foreboding atmosphere, something Amnesia excels at. Art direction is always more important than graphics, and I think that gorgeous photorealistic graphics can kill original art direction. It can make one creatively lazy, because you don't have to improvise anymore. You don't have to work hard with a minimum amount of tools to create something special. You have it all provided for you, and that's why games like Amnesia work so well. In lieu of instantly appealing visuals, they gotta work harder on design and atmosphere. This is another benefit to having ugliness in your horror games. Horror games aren't dead, but they can't really survive in the big budget arena anymore. Gameplay is a big part of it too. Many of the old survival horror games relied on shitty controls to make gameplay harder and more tense. These days you couldn't get away with forklift truck movements, limited inventory and terrible combat systems. Gamers expect more refined products for their money, and I can't fault them for that, but refined ain't scary. Big budget games evolved themselves out of the survival horror market by providing experiences tailored to user friendliness, which is understandable, but it means nothing's going to be quite as frightening anymore, unless you dig into the indie realm. The world of low budgets, of experimental gameplay, that's where horror lurks now. It has to, because low budget horror is always going to be scarier than high production values and gorgeous graphics. Ugly games are where it's at, so don't discredit a game if you don't think it looks sexy enough. It might just be the game to scare the pants off you. hurt my head. And that's it for another edition of the Jimquisition. I'll see you next week, and do remember to thank God for me. I had a very different Jimquisition planned this week. It's actually written and recorded and ready to go, but I wanted to, at the very last minute, change the subject to do something a little more timely and important. This one isn't scripted or planned or anything, so it's going to be a little unplugged, a little old school, and you're just going to have to deal with that, because I think it's very important that I say, fuck you, Sony, fuck you, Nintendo, and fuck you, EA, for supporting a bill that could potentially ruin my career and ruin the internet at large. I'm talking, of course, about the Stop Online Piracy Act, shortened to SUPER, which is a bill put forth by the entertainment industry and car companies for some reason that want to essentially censor the internet, turning it into the ending of Metal Gear Solid 2.
Cut the crap! If you're immortal, why would you take away individual freedoms and censor the net?
The basic bill, in their language, protects intellectual property by giving them uncontestable right to shut down any website and fuck with any ISP who they think is culpable for whatever kind of copyright infraction they deem fit. Now, usually, when they have a problem with someone using some intellectual property on a website, they have to go through what we in America call proper channels and actually obtain permission to fuck with a website and go to court and do all the things that you expect companies to do, because fuck knows we don't need to give corporations any more rights than they already have, i.e. they have a lot of fucking rights. But this bill would allow them to just, without contest, without having to go to a judge or the law, just shut down whatever they fucking like. You can go check out the law on Wikipedia or any other website, and you can see just how vaguely they wrote the law. They wrote this to be so encompassing that if you stream Gears of War 3 for a charity event, it could be a felony. You could be arrested as a fucking felon for streaming Gears of War 3 to stop people having cancer. And that's just what the law allows. I mean, that sounds extreme, but the law is written in such a way that it could allow that. And what gets me is that video game companies like EA, Sony and Nintendo have put their fucking names down because, as usual, these are companies that have benefited from the great capitalist machine, but as soon as a free and open market slightly affects them, they go crying to Papa Government with their cap in hand, whining and bitching because they can't actually compete in a free market. Because they're afraid of competition, because they are afraid of the very capitalist system that they've exploited for years. And they fucking go whining and bitching and moaning and trying to get legislation passed once they've had their fill, and then they don't want anybody else to benefit. And that's ridiculous, because at the end of the day, it shoots them in the foot. How many of those companies rely on internet websites, rely on streaming, rely on videos to promote their fucking games? Games like Amnesia: The Dark Descent, that relied on the internet. That used internet videos of people being scared shitless by the game in order to become a cult hit. Deadly Premonition is a game that I had no small part in helping sort of become well known, and part of it was because I was posting videos on the internet, and Giant Bomb did the same. Giant Bomb did a whole playthrough of Deadly Premonition, and people bought the game because it fascinated them to look at it, and they thought, well, I want to play this as well. The internet is a beautiful thing, and many jobs are tied to it now. And this bill, which could fuck with online advertisers, could destroy websites like this one, like The Escapist, or like Destructoid, or Kotaku, IGN, just all of these sites. These social networking sites like Twitter and Reddit. Flickr could get shut down. They're saying that Vidler, Vimeo, they could just be dead. This is a job-murdering piece of shitty legislation. The hearings were had last week. They do say that there isn't a huge chance of it passing, but they could always come back with just successively better worded fucking propositions until they get something that works. And I just think that, because a lot of people aren't aware of it, a lot of gamers, when I've been tweeting about it and moaning, have been like, what is this bill? Do check it out. I've given you a very brief description, but that's basically it. They want to censor the internet, and the video game industry, it's not just Sony, EA, and Nintendo, but they put their names down bold as fucking brass. Apple and Microsoft indirectly support it through the group that they're a part of, and the ESA has put its name down as well. All of these people, everyone in the game industry, can just fuck off if they support things that shoot themselves in the foot, support things that ruin my job, and support things that ruin everything that you enjoy. So do check it out, make sure people are aware of it, and tell Fupa to go and fuck off, cunts. So thank God for me, and thank God for you if you go and spread out the word and make sure people are aware of the shitty little bill and any mutated variants they hope to put out in future. Thank you.
America's truly a frightening country.
The Elder Scrolls V Skyrim, otherwise known as my Game of the Year, has been more than just a critical success. It's been a massive sales powerhouse. More importantly than any of that, though, it's proved me right about a number of things I've been banging on about this past year concerning the video game industry. And of course, on the flip side, it proves the video game industry wrong on so many levels. Don't believe me? Watch this week's Jimquisition and find out exactly how Skyrim proves the game industry wrong.
First of all, this fallacy that games need a multiplayer component in order to sell. You'll hear things like this all the time from executives. I remember when Phil Harrison, speaking for Atari at the time, said that single player was dead. And we have games like Metro Last Light, Dead Space 2 and Bioshock 2 all cramming that shit into their games because to them, single player isn't enough to entice gamers. But, oh wait, it is, apparently.
Oh, but you'll hear it so many times. We need a multiplayer in order to sell. We don't have just single player anymore. We can't. Oh, what's that? What's that? Skyrim sold over 3.5 million copies in 2 days. In your face, game industry.
There's a prevailing trend now to see games as the start of a service rather than a full product. Of course, they still sell the cunts as full products, but they cut back on content to sell as DLC later. Saints Row the Third is a prime example, shorter than its previous games, but with way more downloadable content planned. 40 weeks of it, to be precise. Devs will tell you that's the future, that it's the only way they can ensure games are kept by consumers. Then along comes Skyrim, a 3.5 million seller that not only features tons and tons and tons of scripted gameplay across a game that will take over 8 hours, but has endless randomized dynamic quests and respawning cocking dragons to keep the game lasting literally forever. Compare that to the 3-hour campaigns backed up by DLC, and you see how insulting some other games on the market are. Sure, Bethesda will have DLC coming, but it's the best kind of DLC. The kind that you don't actually need, because the main game is more than enough. Now, players will buy it because they all want it, not because they need it to desperately squeeze more life out of a game they got shortchanged on. Oh, and let's talk about online passes. Yes, again, you get fucking whiners like Naughty Dog pretending they need the online pass to make any kind of profit, despite their lucrative Subway deal, and you have Skyrim making some fat cheddar cheese by providing days of content that is gated by fuck all. They don't need to hold Catwoman to ransom because they're afraid people won't want to keep their game. They deliver the goods. A game that not only could be played forever, but is so damn good it's worth restarting and playing again. Bethesda uses no online pass because it makes games people want to keep. And not because of multiplayer or promises of DLC, but because the game's friggin' special. And that's what makes it worth it.
It's at this point you're beginning to think, my fucking god, Jim Sterling really is correct about everything, and he looks really handsome and doable in that plush Skyrim helmet. I really want to do sex with him. Well, my friends, you can. You can.
Finally, Skyrim is looking set to be the biggest selling game of the year and the largest threat to Call of Duty's dominance.
While the likes of Electronic Arts have desperately struggled to beat Call of Duty by being Call of Duty, Bethesda proves that the best way to challenge the market is to be yourself, to not follow someone else's footsteps. It's an industry fallacy to think that you can copy someone else's profits by copying someone else's game, or waggle controller. Yet the market itself proves that most of the time, people want games that are their own fucking thing. In other words, if you've got Call of Duty, why do you need Call of Duty? Now, I understand Skyrim has had some benefits not always granted to other games. It's a sequel to a game with a big name, and ZeniMax's deep pockets are there to back it up. But still, its success proves things about this industry that many of us have held true in the face of so-called professionals telling us they're not for ages. That you can compete with the market without copying the market, that single-player games are still capable of turning a profit on their own merits, that DLC is a thing to enhance an already great experience, and that online passes just aren't fucking needed. Skyrim proves this industry wrong in some of the best ways possible, and I couldn't love it enough for that.
And that's it, really. I mean, obviously, certain executives in the game industry will keep spoon-feeding you these lies, but at least you can look at Skyrim and realise that, hey, this game is doing a lot of the things they say can't succeed anymore, and they're fucking succeeding. And as you remember this, you'll think, well, Jim Sterling showed me the way yet again, so thank God for him. And also, never forget to slow down! I'm a Dovahkiin! Mead! I'll take mead! There's a certain subset of hardcore gamers so arrogant, sneering, and condescending that on reflection I'm pretty damn jealous of them. I mean, it's like they got a dildo, dipped it in pure smug, and stuck it straight up their ass. And, well, are they selling these dildos? Because, to be quite honest, some of the hardcore gamers out there are making this show look pretty damn amateur, and I think everybody knows that only the most professional standards go into the Jimquisition. But of course you're probably wondering what the hell I'm yammering on about. Well, watch the show. That's how it works.
Infinity Blade 2 was recently released for iOS, and it stands as proof that mobile gaming is something we ought to be paying attention to, as if we needed that proof still. In fact, iOS games have for ages been fairly brilliant in their own right. No, they don't use buttons and they have rather odd interfaces, but some developers have exploited that to make truly intriguing games. Of course, if you believe some of the hardcore gamers out there, the iOS is only good for shallow experiences that don't deserve to be called games. Because in an industry where Bomberman Zero exists, the label video game is such a rare and laudable honour. Yes. But returning to Infinity Blade, I was recently told that real gamers know it's shallow and far too simple to be considered anything like a true video game. Now, we've seen that quite a bit this generation, this backlash towards simplicity and the demand for depth, because that's what every true gamer out there always wants, isn't it? Depth. This, of course, is the hardcore hypocrisy, because to demand depth at all times is to ignore gaming's very roots. It's to ignore some of the best games out there, some of the most classic games that have stood the test of time, and they're no more complex than the average iPhone game. I mean, Punch-Out is considered one of the all-time greats. Along comes Infinity Blade, which takes the Punch-Out sensibilities and expands upon them, and it's somehow not a true game? Fuck off, son.
Of course, I don't know why I'm surprised. Just this week, a so-called hardcore gamer got angry at me because I like Call of Duty more than I like Mario Kart, and he told me to go and enjoy my casual FPS. Yes, that was a Mario Kart fan accusing another game of being casual. self-awareness.
I look at Infinity Blade, which uses simple controls to duck, block, parry and attack, and I see a game that, yes, uses a rather straightforward interface, but is also pretty much a pure video game. The kind of pure old-school video game that hardcore gamers often complain about not getting anymore. If this game were in arcades in the 80s, it would no doubt be held up next to Pac-Man and Tetris as a legend. Because it's on iOS, it's not. It really is a fucked up little community that considers Infinity Blade to not be a real game, but Punch-Out a classic. At the very least, they're the same game, but that's not true really, because at most, Infinity Blade is an improvement over Punch-Out in almost every way, and doesn't have the name of a fucking sex criminal attached. This backlash towards so-called casual gamers that we've seen this generation is pretty much the same thing. While I think it was dumb in the first place to invent a catchy new name for consumers that have always been there and aren't really different from us, hating casual games for being too simple is to hate the very games you grew up with. My mother used to play Super Mario Brothers, for example, because it was so easy to play. It was casual. Yes, Mario Brothers is a casual game. You really just run and jump on shit, and it's as simple, straightforward and accessible as you can get. Anybody who uses simplicity as a criticism of games either hates pretty much every game that's inspired our modern experiences, or is an idiot. Without any further qualifier there, simple isn't a criticism. Lacking depth is not an inherently bad thing. That Infinity Blade and many other iOS games aren't deep is almost a callback to the old school retro era of games. Infinity Blade is a classic video game in many ways, and to ignore that, to sneer at it as something less than a game, is to sneer at the very roots of this industry. Because if you're a proud hardcore gamer, then your history is steeped with shallow, simple, casual experiences. It's where you fucking came from. And don't you forget it.
Ladies and gentlemen, let it be known that I'm only delivering these harsh truths because somebody has to. Because you need to know, because you need to understand why you're all 100% wrong and I am incredibly right. And I know that you are angry, and I know that you do not want to hear these things that I'm saying with my gorgeous mouth and pouty lips. But one day you'll thank me for it. Oh, no, you won't thank me. You'll thank God for me. You hypocritical cunts. What does the Elder Scrolls V Skyrim have to do with Beneath a Steel Sky? Well, I've been getting back into adventure games after quite a long hiatus, for no real reason I should add. I must have obviously just been a dick for the past few years. But while playing Beneath a Steel Sky, which is a somewhat obscure but very well respected point-and-click adventure, I realised that I loved it in exactly the same way that I love Skyrim, but for completely opposite reasons. Or rather, in a completely opposite way for the same reasons, for different, make it the same type thing. Idea. Video games. Just watch the show, it explains everything, it's all good, very clever, very artsy. Video games are hard, ooh.
Let's examine Skyrim first, although the reasons for me liking it can be applied to many other open world games, most of which I adore. Skyrim is miles and miles of space with dozens of villages, thousands of characters, and a level of freedom that games in the past have never even dreamed of allowing. The result is a world that I am absorbed by, become familiar with on a near intimate level, and adore getting lost in. Now, Beneath a Steel Sky, and again this rings true of many similar adventure games, this is a game with a very tiny environment. In fact, there are only 4 real levels to the game, comprised by a handful of screens each. There are less than 20 characters in the entire game, only 9 of which have any major impact on the plot, and as for freedom, well, it's a point-and-click adventure game. There's only one way to solve the puzzles, one story to experience, and one fixed sequence of events. The result is a world that I'm absorbed by, become familiar with on a near-intimate level, and adore getting lost in. 2 totally different games that go in opposite directions, yet yield the same results. Video games these days are all about bigger, 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 exploding the scope of ambition, pushing the horizons as far as they can go, but that's only one way to create a world that drags players in. You can think small and have just as much ambition, just as much scale, and just as intense a relationship with the player. Fact is, I miss a game that breeds familiarity in that kind of way. With these types of games you get so used to a small set of characters and spend so much time in a limited pool of environments that one gets really quite attached to them. It becomes such an endearing and absorbing experience that it's just as endearing as Skyrim, but for almost totally opposite reasons. You get so used to a small set of characters and spend so much time in a limited pool of environments that one gets really quite attached. With some of you, I only need to mention a certain boat with a certain talking skull, and you already get tears of nostalgia welling up in your eyes. These games become just as endearing and absorbing as something like Skyrim, but for almost totally opposite reasons. Small and restricted can be just as engaging as open and free, provided the developers know what they're doing. Telltale Games is really the only major studio keeping this point-and-click tradition going, but I think more studios would do well to examine what such games can do. This needn't apply just to point-and-click. One of the reasons I loved the original Metal Gear Solid was the fact it took place in one environment, Shadow Moses. It's an environment gamers have grown up with like a friend, to the point where very few of us don't get chills when it reappears in Metal Gear Solid 4. Those chills, they were the result of a game that thought small and put you in an intimate environment. An environment you get to know and love. Hell, one of the criticisms of Metal Gear Solid 4 was that it went all around the world and changed environments. Part of the appeal of that series is a place that you get to know and explore and become familiar with. Familiarity doesn't breed contempt in these games, it breeds genuine love. As game budgets grow and AAA titles get bigger, perhaps now is the time to look at Metal Gear Solid, to look at Beneath the Steel Sky, to look at Broken Sword, Monkey Island, and see if you can make small the new big. Sure, 1,000 square miles of hills and valleys is impressive, but you know what would impress me even more? Another game set in a single building, or 4 small levels, yet can remain compelling for at least a couple of hours. That would really impress me. It's impressed me in the past, and it could do it again. Shrinking a game's size, reducing and pulling back, that, to me, would be a huge, ambitious step forward.
What a great episode and what a great show. You know, I'm very jealous of all ye watching at home. I sometimes wish I could pull mine own eyes out and put them in your heads so that I could experience the joy that you feel watching me every week. But I can't. Such is the fate of the steak that cannot taste itself. But I get some solace knowing that every week as you watch, you thank God for me. Because you should. Because I'm great. I used to like doing these videos. Then I took an arrow to the knee. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Video games are great when we make jokes about them, aren't they? Brilliant. Ha ha ha. But today isn't about jokes. Today is about being very, very serious. Because video games are very, very serious. Fuck yeah.
I am so sick of people whining that video games are never going to be taken seriously. We hear this every time a game like Postal is released. We hear this in the wake of every Spike VGA debacle. And we hear it whenever someone tries to argue whether or not games are a legitimate art form. Oh, they have to be taken seriously. Nobody will take the video game seriously. What will happen to video games if they're never taken seriously? Nothing, you dolt. Nothing will happen at all. Mostly because games are already taken seriously by the only people who matter. The gamers. If you're watching this video, chances are good that you already take games far seriously than you should. I take games far seriously than I should. With that in mind, with the knowledge that thousands of us already take games seriously, why are we complaining that games aren't being taken seriously? By who? Who are we asking to do this for us? Who is this mysterious, arbitrary panel of shadowy social judges who decide what is and what is not serious? If we can agree that gamers already take games seriously, what other opinion matters? You want film critics to take them seriously? You want Roger Ebert to take games seriously? He's a fucking film critic. His opinion on games means jack fucking shit because he's a film critic. You want Fox News to take games seriously? An endorsement from Fox News or the Daily Mail is no better than being called a stand-up law-abiding gentleman from a mugger or a paedophile. It means nothing coming from them. Every time Roger Ebert says games aren't art, he gets inundated with emails from gamers begging him to play Braid or Bioshock, and I have to ask, why? Why do you crave his approval so much? Why is it so important that an old man who could be dead tomorrow says your hobby is legitimate? Why are gamers always looking for approval from external sources, desperately jumping up and down in the hopes that some mainstream media pundit tosses them a doggy treat? Have some fucking dignity, and have some respect for your favourite pastime. If someone ever says that games aren't being taken seriously, ask them by who. Ask them who it is that refuses to take games seriously, and then ask them if these people matter. Because honestly, they fucking don't. Games are going nowhere. Your enjoyment of games is going nowhere. Whether Roger Ebert, Fox News, or your pizza delivery boy recognises games as a legitimate art form or not, video games are here to stay, and you still love them. Only the most insecure of individuals could refuse to be happy with that, because it's pretty bloody good.
Huge thanks to Chris, by the way, for getting me this off my Amazon wishlist for my Christmases. This is a gorilla alien from the Kenner Aliens line. He can do that with his hands. Ooh. You can never get these in Europe, even though it was advertised on the box. It was US only. So this is a dream come true. And I love aliens, and I take aliens very seriously. And people don't really take aliens seriously, but it doesn't matter, that's the thing. And I will actually come out and say right now that I am Jim Sterling, I think Alien 3 is great, and I actually really enjoy Alien Resurrection as well. I think it's a legitimately fun movie, so I can say that because I'm confident and secure in the things that I enjoy, and maybe y'all should be that way as well. Thank God for me. Folks, it's that time of the year again, the holiday season. We're celebrating Hanukkah, Ramadans, and of course the most important date of the year, the birth of a messianic figure who some say was the Son of God, and whose miracles people question and ponder over the years. I'm of course talking about my birthday on January 1st, a date so important to some that they get drunk the night before, have wonderful parties, and count down to it. Now that coincides with the start of a brand new year, 2012, and of course what video at the end of a year would be complete without some sort of arbitrary stupid award show? The Jimquisition observes this like all the others, and as such we have our own tradition. The 10 shittest games of 2011. Because what lovely holiday season is a true holiday without pure, unbridled hatred? On with the show.
In a year that gave us Batman Arkham City, it's almost insulting to have a game like Spider-Man Edge of Time on shelves. Spider-Man games have been at their most successful when you get to, you know, feel like Spider-Man, swinging around a wide-open city and finding criminals to string up. So what does Edge of Time do? It sets all the action in one building, along a series of mostly strict, tight corridors. Smart. That aside, the game is boring, lazy, and guest stars Val Kilmer, which makes it a recipe for total disaster. The Call of Juarez games were never great, but they at least had a sense of personality to them. In The Cartel, it doesn't even have that going for it. A shoehorned online co-op story that doesn't work because who the fuck is playing this shit online, alongside mediocre FPS combat that has you often just using one good gun in the game, makes for a pretty dire experience in its own right. The physically uncomfortable audio-visual problems, however, really tips it over the edge. Graphics are muddy, object models visibly twitch and tick, while the sound cuts and jitters throughout the entire campaign. It looks and plays like a school project that needed to be handed in on Friday morning but wasn't started until Thursday night. Shockingly poor, even by Techland standards. I'm a big fan of Dynasty Warriors, as I've said before, and Legends of Troy was supposed to be Koei Canada's M-rated Western answer to the series. Sadly, that's not quite what it was. Any charm that Dynasty Warriors had was tossed out of the window in favour of a boring, blood-soaked, incredibly slow-paced game. Attacks are sluggish, characters hard to manoeuvre, and the limited pool of attacks makes the game repetitive even for a Koei title. Throw in needlessly lengthy boss battles that revolve around spamming a single attack, the complete lack of a free mode, and fucking escort missions, and this is one huge display of fuck puppetry that should be forgotten forever. Developer you've never heard of makes game you've never played. What a shock. This is the Cursed Crusade, another game about Templars like Calypso's The Last Templar and Assassin's Creed that is shit. There's something about Templars that make games rubbish, I'm not sure what that is. But in this one you have to keep picking up swords because your swords keep breaking, and there's forced co-op which doesn't really work because the animations seem to just freeze for no reason whatsoever. It's a very glitchy game, it looks awful, and apart from some middlingly decent voice acting, there's absolutely nothing to recommend it. The Cursed Crusade is rubbish, but you knew that, because look at it. When you make an XBLA arcade brawler, you should definitely restrict it to local co-op only, because who plays games online, eh? Oh, and you should also make it fucking shit, which is what Luca Fury did. You know a game's not going to be good when the studio that made it closed down before the title even released, and if one thing can be said about Luca or Lucha, whatever it is, Fury's favour, it's that it met expectations. Unresponsive controls, a crawling pace, and gameplay that revolves around constantly waggling the stick to do anything makes for one of the worst beat-em-ups ever made. Hard games are fine, but not if the difficulty stems from developers exploiting broken fucking systems. That's Betrayal in a nutshell. It uses the floaty cartoon animation to contradict the need for tight arcade gameplay in an artificial attempt to boost the challenge, and it leads to perhaps the most frustrating game released this year. The controls are balls, Rain handles like an RC car, and WayForward relied on throwing an obscene amount of enemies at the player rather than, you know, actually designing a game. It's a shame because I'd waited years for a new Blood Rain game, only to get this pile of fucking shit. Spider-Man was bad, but X-Men Destiny was a cunting insult. Both these games were released by Activision on the same day, and even shared TV commercials, lending credence to the idea that they were shat out in a few weeks just to make a quick buck off gullible idiots. With Destiny, I refuse to believe that the developers gave even the slightest crap about making a good game. Every single aspect feels phoned in, from the lazy dialogue trees that have no impact on gameplay to the visually lackluster button-mashing combat. If you want an idea of how crap this game is, just know this. The final boss is an easier version of a boss fight that had already been repeated twice before that point. Load of blood-coloured spunk. Fuck no. As a British gamer, James Pond is part of my heritage. The series of puzzle platformers evoke fond memories, and I was beyond excited to find that it was getting an iOS release. Then, I played it. And I burned my photo albums, along with the hospital I was born in, because my childhood meant nothing anymore. James Pond in the Deathly Shallows is a cheap, shitty, horrendous little attempt at some sort of shoot-em-up, and, well, look at it. Just look at it. It's miserable, it barely works, with James Bond only randomly shooting at enemies, and it's just look! Just look at it! You know what is never an excuse for a new game? Claiming that it needs to be judged by the standards of 10 years ago. That's how people defend Duke Nukem Forever, and sorry, when it's on store shelves in 2011 and priced like a brand new game in 2011, it better clitting well play like a game from 2011. DNF does not. In fact, even by the standards of 10 years ago, it's horrible. The mediocre shooting, awful checkpointing, shitty little driving sections, spotty quality that sees some levels look better than others, like a patchwork quilt of unadulterated sin. Duke Nukem Forever has it all, plus a complete lack of humour or personality to back it up. Duke Nukem pretends to be a parody, but when the best thing he can say to a woman getting raped by aliens is, "You're fucked," it stops being a joke and comes off as laughing at the very idea of rape, like the idea of a woman getting fucked against her will is the joke. That kind of creepy sociopathy is evident throughout the entire game, as John St. John makes casually sleazy remarks and copies movie quotes verbatim. Here's a tip, comedy writers: just copying a line from a movie out of context isn't a joke. It's not a joke, it's just a thing you've done. Especially when the movies being quoted are better and funnier, and just remind us that we could be watching them instead of playing this puerile bag of baby dicks. Worst game of 2011. Worst bit of entertainment in a long time. Don't worry about it making video games look bad, by the way. It makes humans look bad. Dogs, actual canines, look at Duke Nukem Forever and wonder why we're the ones wearing clothes. We shouldn't be. They should wear the pants. Take off your pants now and give them to the first dog you see, because humans made Duke Nukem Forever and we are now worse than animals. And what great awards they were! Congratulations to all our winners, commiserations to those that didn't make the grade, and I'll see you all next year. Have a happy holiday season, and of course, thank God for me.